The Senate Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator King,
Here.
Senator Creighton,
Here.
Senator Alvarado,
Here.
Senator Hinojosa,
Present.
Senator Hughes, Senator Miles,
Here.
Senator Parker,
Here.
Senator Paxton,
Present.
Senator Sparks.
Here.
Being 8 present, a quorum has been established. First, I want to welcome everyone to our first regional hearing of this Senate Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting. My name is Phil King. I am grateful to Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick for the opportunity to chair this important committee. I also want to introduce our Vice Chair, Senator Brandon Creighton, and our members, Senator Chuy Hinojosa, Senator Boris Miles, Senator Brian Hughes, Senator Carol Alvarado, Senator Angela Paxton, Senator Kevin Sparks, and Senator Tan Parker. And members, I will give each of you a few minutes to speak here in a bit before we start public testimony. As posted, we will focus on the South Texas and Central Texas region today, including Bexar County and Travis County and the Rio Grande Valley regions. If you are interested in another part of the state, you're still certainly welcome to participate here today. This is the first of 4 scheduled regional hearings. Please note that the registration for this hearing, not to watch it online, but to testify, has closed, and the registration will close 12 hours in advance of the upcoming hearings. Those dates and focus areas are posted on the committee website, but will include Saturday with a focus on North Texas and the DFW region, Monday, East Texas, including Harris County, Greater Harris County region, and Tuesday, West Texas, including the El Paso and Panhandle regions. There will be additional public hearings if and when a bill is considered by the committee. Please note that we will still be working off of the 2020 census data as is required in redistricting. And when we think about it, hearings actually on that data and on the demographics within it date back to 2019, when the Senate and the House also began to have regional hearings. And then hearings, of course, began in 2021. Those were generally virtual at the time, and then again in 2023. And of course, the House is having hearings during this special as well. So there's a lot of public hearings that have been held on the census data and the demographics, and there will be a lot held during this special session, both in the Senate, both virtual as well as in person here at the Capitol when we begin to get, if we begin to consider a bill, which I anticipate we will. But again, everyone is welcome here today, regardless if your testimony focuses on South and Central Texas or another region. Please bear with us throughout these regional hearings as we collect public testimony via this video conference. And I know that sometimes, particularly till we get in a rhythm, there may be some technical difficulties that can come up. We'll just work through those. Also note that members may have to walk in and out periodically throughout the meeting. So if you haven't spent a lot of time watching Senate committees before, if we're going to be here for 6 or 8 or 10 hours, however long it takes, just like you, we need to get up and take a quick break at times or grab a cup of coffee. So please know that if anyone walks out and they walk into the back, one, they still have staff here monitoring. They also can hear all the testimony and have monitors in the back. So just because they walk out, please don't take that as any indication of a lack of interest on their part. I do also want to point out that there are other options for members of the public to provide input if they are unable to testify today or at the future hearings, or just didn't make the registration cutoff for today. You are welcome to register for another regional hearing and provide testimony at that time. The other 3 hearings are still open for registration and again will be until 12 hours before the hearing begins. And again, later there will of course be hearings here at the Capitol. You are also able to submit written comments at any time throughout the special session in the public input portal that can be found on the committee website. The portal will remain available throughout the redistricting process. Submitted comments, and you can also add attachments to those. You can frankly provide your own map or anything else you wish to, but those submitted comments are shared with the senators and are posted on the committee's website for public viewing. So please take advantage of that portal. We've already had some people using it. This hearing is also live streamed and will be archived for public viewing on the Senate's website indefinitely. Members, before we get started and get into more detail on why we are specifically here today, I would like to lay out for consideration the committee rules for the 89th legislature. The committee rules are identical to what the Redistricting Committee passed in 2021 and again in 2023, with updated references and the name of this committee. We dropped off a physical copy of the rules to your office on Tuesday and sent it via email, and a copy is also available currently in the committee Dropbox. Are there any questions regarding the committee rules? I think they're pretty boilerplate. If not, Senator Creighton moves adoption. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee rule. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Alvarado. Yes.
As well.
Registering my no vote.
All right. Why don't we go ahead and just take a public vote on that? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Alvarado,
No.
Senator Hinojosa,
Nay.
Senator Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Miles,
No.
Senator Parker,
Yes.
Senator Paxton, Senator Sparks,
Yes.
Senator Creighton,
Aye.
Senator King.
Aye. First, recognize that Senator Hughes is with us, and there being 6 ayes and 3 nays, the rules are adopted. Thank you, members. And Senator Alvarado, I'm sorry. Please, anyone speak up if I'm not seeing them today. So why are we here today? The governor has added the subject of congressional redistricting to the special session call, and we are here today in response to that charge. The legislature will be looking at all the issues Governor Abbott has placed on the call, including, of course, as we are here today, congressional redistricting. I cannot speak to what the outcomes will be with redistricting, but I do know that hearing from Texans is a critical part of that process. We want to hear from Texans in all parts of the state about your local communities and what you believe we should take into consideration as we take up this issue of congressional redistricting. I believe these regional hearings provide meaningful opportunities for input and discussion about communities of interest and other matters critical to the subject of redistricting. My hope is that this online format will allow for more people to participate without having to travel to a hearing, for example, if we were today in Dallas-Fort Worth, people having to drive from counties far away from Dallas-Fort Worth. I hope that this format will avoid that need for travel, need for childcare, need to miss a full day of work, the expenses of travel, etc. In other words, I hope this proves to be more convenient to the public, and I hope it provides more input than we would otherwise had. I want to thank everybody here today, online and in person, for your participation. Please note that since we are on a video conference, we are unable to hear in-person testimony today in the building testimony, as stated in the posting for this hearing. Again, there will be opportunity for in-person testimony in the future if and when a map is heard, and there is always the opportunity to submit written comments at any time through the online portal. Just some quick logistics. I'd like to give everybody a brief overview of the process for today's video conference testimony. Everyone that registered to testify, and we have over 100, and has signed onto the video conference link should be in the Zoom waiting room. You cannot view the hearing from the waiting room, so you should continue to view the live stream that's available on the Senate website via the link that is visible in the waiting room, so you will know when you have been called to testify. For those in the waiting room, please make sure your screen name matches the name you used to register. When we begin public testimony, I will call the witnesses in small groups. When I call your name, committee staff will admit you from the waiting room into the video conference. Until your name is called, you will remain in the waiting room, and you will have to watch the live stream in a separate browser to follow along with the hearing. Again, this can be found on the Senate website, and a link to that website is visible in the waiting room. If you need to step away from the hearing for any reason, you may leave the waiting room and rejoin when you are able, as long as the hearing, of course, is still underway. When your name is called and it is your turn to testify, turn off your video, but keep yourself muted until I recognize you to speak. The mute-unmute button can be found at the bottom of your screen. Remember, when you're called on to testify, you should mute or close your live stream player. If you leave the live stream going, there will be an echo. It's kind of like you've probably seen before. Someone's being interviewed on a radio news show, and they still have the radio on in the background, so you're hearing it twice. The same thing would happen. So when you're actually testifying with the committee, just mute or turn off your live stream so that you're not hearing that echo. Once recognized, you may unmute your microphone. Your audio and your video will be heard and seen by both the committee members and the public. Once I call your name, you will have an opportunity to provide your testimony to the committee. The committee members are certainly available to ask questions, so please be aware they may ask questions. I will have you state your name and whether you're testifying on behalf of just yourself or an organization, or yourself and an organization. So everyone has an opportunity to participate, and that is very important to the senators sitting here. I ask the witnesses to limit their testimony to 2 minutes. That seems very short, but 2 and 3 minutes is very common for us to use during the hearing processes for all our committees. And of course, the senators can ask you questions, and that time will not be counted against your time. Although I don't want to cut anyone off, we want to be mindful that other witnesses are still waiting. So let's all try, if we can today, to be very concise, because we really want to hear from everybody, and we want to do it in an efficient manner. There will be a timer on the top right corner of your screen so that you can see how much time you have left. And if you run over, I'll just ask you to politely stop at that point. If a witness before you has input similar to yours, there's nothing wrong with just referencing their testimony and saying that you agree if that's what you wish to do. We're also glad to hear from you as well. Again, senators will have the opportunity to ask questions, which will not count against your allotted time. When you're finished with your testimony, you will be released from the video conference and, of course, can continue to watch the rest of the hearing on the live stream. The live stream link, again, can be found on the Senate's website. Also note that if you're having technical difficulties with your video or audio, committee staff will maybe breaking up or something of that nature, committee staff will move you back into the waiting room and give you an opportunity to troubleshoot the issue, and we can call you back in the room with the next round of witnesses. If you need technical assistance, you can contact Zoom customer support. You can visit zoom.us/join or call Zoom customer service at 1-800-799-9666, 1-800-799-9666. You can also call our committee office at 512-463-0030, 512-463-0030 if you're having issues, and we'll try to help you get worked through that. Someone suggested that if you're having a lot of trouble, just find the youngest child in your home or office, and they'll be able to figure it out for you. That's the way it is at my house anyway. Members, if there are no questions, I would like to give an opportunity for each of you to address the public, and then we'll jump right into public testimony. Senator Creighton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thankful for the Lieutenant Governor appointing me to the Senate Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting. I'm looking forward to serving as your vice chair and with all the members on this dais, very capable members that I respect very much. I'm very thankful that every member of the public will have their opportunity to testify through the process, and I'm eager to get started. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I've been on the redistricting committee numerous times, I guess, in regular sessions and special sessions. For me, this work that we will be doing is very important. But I must point out that we just did redistricting in 2021, and those districts are now being challenged and in federal court in El Paso. My opinion and my take is that this special session where they place on the call redistricting issues are not necessary, are not needed, for a simple reason that when we drew this district in 2021, they were supposed to be raised blind. In addition to that, it just took into as a factor the common interest of communities. But the reality is that if you look at what's happening here, we have a letter from the Department of Justice singling out 4 congressional districts. The congressional districts are all minority coalitions or majority minority, and they are represented by minority, either African American or Hispanic congressional representatives, and they're being targeted, that they are unconstitutional. And from my perspective, they are being targeted for a simple reason that they want to do away with minority representation, and its race-based type of targeting is unconstitutional. One more point, Mr. Chairman and members, I think this is very important, and that is that the letter from the Department of Justice did not say that coalition districts, which are made up of Hispanics or African Americans, are unconstitutional. The issue really was whether Article 2 of the Voting Rights Act applied to coalition districts, and that is where you have the Hispanics and African Americans get together to create a majority district. There was nothing in that opinion, Petaway versus Galveston, where there was any mention of minority coalition districts being unconstitutional, as stated in the DOJ letter. For those reasons, I think this redistricting committee hearings are not needed. But if we're moving forward based on the Department of Justice letter, to me, it is unconstitutional to target minority districts and based on race. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you. Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to apologize to all those that have suffered, not only in floods of Kerrville, but all those citizens across the state of Harris County the city of Harris County, all the way down to the Panhandle. Because instead of focusing on flood mitigation, disaster recovery, we're here talking about redistricting maps that we haven't even seen yet. Second, I want to apologize to all of you who are watching us on computers from your public library, because it's the only way you can have your voices heard. I know that myself and Senator Alvarado requested there be a personal testimony option so that we could hear from the widest swath of people, especially those that may not own computers and be fortunate enough to have broadband internet access. Mr. Chairman, I quite frankly think it's irresponsible to ignore that there is a digital divide in the state of Texas. Now, for the reason that we're here today, to further gerrymander Texas more than it's already gerrymandered, Mr. Chairman, we cannot pretend that this mandate from President Trump is not about race. The DOJ letter is a hit list, and we all know that. It is a hit list targeting opportunity districts in the state's congressional districts with strong black and brown representation. This is voter suppression. This is not about census or population changes or the Constitution at all. This diminishes, dilutes, and destroys the votes of black and brown more important that we could be attacking and addressing. This body should focus on, instead of punishing the racist agenda and pushing the racist agenda of the sitting president, Donald J. Trump. All regular session members, we heard bill after bill, debate after debate of how DEI programs were no longer needed and how far we've come. And yet on July 25th, 2025, just a couple of months later, we are here in this hearing in a mid-decade redistricting, and it's all about race. Black and brown folks can't even vote in the state of Texas in peace. You know, I've often said, members from the Senate floor, our strength of Texas is in our diversity. And until we embrace it, we will not be as strong as we possibly can be. It's not redistricting. This is not about redistricting, as I said before. This is rigged districting. It is quite frankly disrespectful to every black and brown citizen of this state. Quite frankly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. And I know there's a lot of emotion in this and interest, but we would prefer people not clap or something during a hearing, and that's just true in any hearing, but we're so glad you're here today. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and glad to be on this committee. Thank you for taking the helm. You have a lot of experience, maybe as much as anybody in the legislature, if not more, with the law and appropriate fair processes. And so I'm looking forward to the testimony at each of the hearings and also all the public input we receive. And once the process of looking at maps begins, I'm looking forward to participating in that, and glad to be on your committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me again return to the question that I asked when we were on the Senate floor. Why are we here? And I know y'all have answered this in different forms and different platforms. We're here because the governor put this on the call. Well, you know, usually when things are put on the call for special session, it's something left over from the regular session. Maybe a bill that needed to be tweaked, maybe just something that needed to be amended on a bill. But we didn't have anything to do with redistricting in the regular session. Nobody said a word about the congressional maps, the congressional lines. Why are we undertaking the highly unusual process of redistricting 5 years early without a court order, without a law that was passed in the regular session, or new census data that requires us to do so? The current congressional map was drawn in 2021, following the 2020 census. That's the way it goes. The census is done, and then we do redistricting. The census gave Texas not one, but 2 new congressional districts due to explosive population growth. 95% came from minority communities, communities of color, with the majority of that 95% being Latino. So we contributed to that growth. But that growth did not translate into increased representation. Instead, the number of Latino majority districts, it was reduced from 8 to 7. So just to be clear again, we were responsible for the growth, but then our representation was reduced. While white Texans, just 40% of the population growth, control 74% of Texas's districts. That's 28 out of 38. This map is already being challenged in court for diluting minority voting power, and now based solely on a letter from the DOJ, which is riddled with errors, and that is putting it lightly. The governor has called a special session to make that map even worse. The DOJ letter makes claims that certain majority-minority districts were drawn based on impermissible racial reasons and must be dismantled. But since 2021, state leaders have insisted they did not consider race when they drew the map. We heard this on the floor time and time again, over and over. In fact, if you combine the number of times that it was said that the maps were legal, they were constitutional, and that they were race blind, 34 times. And y'all voted for these maps. Nobody had concerns about those maps, and nobody has said anything since then. And Adam Kincaid, and I talked a little bit about him on the floor the other day. He is the Virginia non-Texan, Virginia resident who drew the current map. He testified in court last month, as recent as last month, that the maps were drawn race blind. So I can't help but ask the question, did he commit perjury? The DOJ letter makes claims that certain majority-minority districts must be dismantled based on a complete misstatement of the Petaway case. And I'm glad that Senator Hinojosa referenced that. It's unclear whether this is an intentional misstatement to provide a pretext. Regardless, the DOJ falsely concludes those districts are unconstitutionally drawn. In addition, the DOJ letter includes Congressional District 29, something I happen to know a lot about, a district I am very familiar with because I was a very young college student advocating for this district to be a Latino Opportunity District. I also worked in Congress as a staffer for this congressional district. It has always been a Latino Opportunity District or Latino Majority District since it was created in 1991. It has never been a majority-minority district. And now the DOJ itself is demanding that race be used to dismantle districts precisely based on their racial composition. This is an intentional racial discrimination, pure and simple. The Supreme Court has said dismantling districts based on race, especially when they elect minority preferred candidates, violates the Constitution. I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to be involved in anything that is unconstitutional. We're being asked to reverse engineer the racial composition of legally drawn congressional districts 9, 18, 29, and 33 and target them for elimination. This is not compliance with the Voting Rights Act. In fact, it's a clear violation of it. Let's not kid ourselves here. This is not just about partisanship. It's about undermining the minority voting strength yet again. This legislature must not be complicit in this unconstitutional and racially discriminatory scheme. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I also just appreciate the opportunity to serve on the committee. I appreciate the Lieutenant Governor appointing me, and I look forward to working with all of you. I look forward to hearing the public input that we'll hear today, and then, of course, working through the process as the committee continues to do the work on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sparks, I guess, would be next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Yeah, I too, this is my first opportunity to actually be a part of the redistricting process. I look forward to that, and I'm thankful for the confidence the Lieutenant Governor put me on this committee. So, thank you.
Senator,
Well, thank you, Chairman King, for your leadership. I'm very grateful to the Lieutenant Governor for putting me on the committee. I look forward to the conversation and the process and to hearing the feedback from the people of Texas and working with each of my colleagues here on the dais. So, again, thank you for your leadership, Chairman King, and look forward to working with everyone.
thanks, Senator Parker. I think we can now, if anyone, does anyone have any other,
Yes, sir.
Senator Alvarado?
Thank you. I do have a question for you. Mr. Chairman, I sent a letter earlier this week asking for some legal experts to testify, and thank you for accommodating that. I appreciate you and your team helping to coordinate that. I did want to follow up on a specific individual that I asked about. Will Miss Harmeet Dillon, the DOJ attorney who wrote the July 7th letter, be called to testify in front of the committee at today's hearing or any of the following hearings?
Thank you, and yes, we're happy for any of the members. If you have anyone specific that you would like to have testify, we'll, if they want to register, we'll be happy to accommodate and put them up early. She has not, I have not invited her. I do not know her and have not had any contact with the DOJ before or since that letter was issued. And I have not issued a specific invitation to her. Frankly, am not sure how to approach that. The only thing I know about the DOJ letter is I read it just as you did. I do not know any of the, haven't seen any of the facts or data that purports to support it. And I read the litigation team, the attorney for the Office of the Attorney General of Texas. I read their response to the court that was filed in response to that letter, and of course I read the court's order, and I have not had any other role and have no other knowledge of that, and at this time I don't have any intention to invite her to testify. I think that's something that's before the courts and something that needs to remain there.
Well, respectfully, I would disagree with that because that is what sparked this whole thing. One of the things that sparked this whole reason why we're here. And I think it's important that we be able to ask questions of the person that wrote that letter that then triggered Governor Abbott to putting this on the call for special session. So I want to just make that request. Second question is Senator Miles and I, and he references earlier, sent you a letter asking whether or not in-person testimony would be allowed. And I just want to ask again, will we be able to hear from these constituents in person?
We certainly will have public hearings, in-person hearings. If a bill is taken up or considered by this committee, which I expect one will be at some point, and those will be conducted in the normal manner for any bill being considered by any Senate committee. And of course, public testimony is always allowed at those.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just one last thing. I don't recall if we talked about this offline or before or after the meeting started, but yesterday the House Redistricting Committee limited the testimony to 5 hours, and that was, I think, problematic for many. So I just wanted to reconfirm, you did say that will not happen here. We're going to continue until everyone who's signed up has the opportunity to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, and again, one of the reasons that I thought it would be good to use virtual testimony is because I thought it would be easier for people to participate from all around the state, and I thought we could probably hear more witnesses in that way. Like I said, we've got a little over 100 that have registered today. I would really like us to work all the way through that. I will say to anyone that's online, if you signed up and maybe it's 3 or 4 o'clock and you haven't been called yet and you've got to go pick up kids or something like that, know that you can register for tomorrow's hearing up until 10 p.m. tonight. And so if for some reason you have to leave and we haven't gotten to you yet today, please know that you can sign up until 10 o'clock tonight for Saturday's hearing. And frankly, if you'll call our office and let us know what happened, we'll try to move you up to the front of the line for Saturday. So, but I want us to get through everyone today, and if that means we go pretty late, we'll go pretty late. But I'd also like us to be as expeditious and efficient as possible, because I know people have other things to do wherever they're at, and would like to. I'm hoping if we have 100 witnesses and it's 2 minutes apiece, and the math's pretty simple, and I know we'll have a lot of questions, but I'm hoping we can finish up here tonight by at the latest 6 or 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Miles.
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused because the rules that y'all just voted in, that my colleagues and I voted no against, that were brought in, and I read rule number 16, I read it as if it's to say that Ms. Dillon could be subpoenaed by this committee. Do I read that wrong?
Yes, the
I read
committee.
that wrong?
The committee has the power to compel the attendance and testimony of witnesses at committee meetings by a record vote of not less than 2/3 of its members.
And that's the rules y'all just voted in.
Yes, sir. That is the committee rules.
Respectfully, you stated that it would be a little awkward if we just subpoena her. I mean, that's what we just voted on to do. Y'all just voted on to do.
Well, it would take a motion and a 2/3 vote to subpoena any witness to testify.
But we just voted a rule in that says we can subpoena, we have the subpoena power. You just did that just 5 minutes ago.
Yes, we do, but unless I'm reading the rule wrong, the committee shall have the power to compel the attendance and testimony of witnesses at committee meetings by a record vote of not less than 2/3 of its members, as provided in Senate Rule 11.20A.
Respectfully then, is it okay if I make a motion off the diocese for this body, this committee to subpoena Ms. Dillon?
Yes, certainly. Certainly, if you wish to make that motion, you can bring it up at this time.
And I'll second.
Miss-
Need a second.
Mr. Chairman.
Could we have some discussion on that before we understand? Senator Hughes.
I didn't want to interrupt. I have a question before we vote. I just have a question. I don't want to interrupt. I'll wait to be recognized. I'm sorry.
Just
Is this appropriate time, Mr. Chairman?
All right, so so could you formally state your motion?
My motion is that we, this body, this committee, issue a subpoena for Ms. Dillon to appear before this body.
Ms. Dillon being the signer of the DOJ letter.
Correct,
that we
sir.
discussed previously.
Yes, sir.
In any case, that's the motion before the committee.
There's a
And,
second.
I second it.
and we have a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Senator Hughes?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I have a question. I don't know the answer to this, but it might be relevant for us to know. I do know that the Committee on State Affairs has used this subpoena power recently. The power is there. It's important, and it's important that we have that as a tool. This is a question maybe legislative counsel or somebody can tell us. I don't know if our subpoena power extends beyond Texas. At least in the case of State Affairs, and it may. I just don't know the answer. It may. But I just want to throw that out there as we have this discussion. That's
And we
all.
won't know unless we subpoena.
What I mean is it's probably in the law. It's probably in the rules or in the statute. I just don't know off the top of my head whether we have subpoena power for folks beyond Texas. We may. I generally don't know, and someone may know. That's all I wanted to point out. Thanks.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe a better way to do it, I'm just suggesting, is send an invitation, give her a time limit, and she refuses to respond or attend.
Well, that's what we requested earlier.
Okay.
That was our first request that wasn't followed through with. So at this time, I'm asking that we subpoena, because we did, Senator Hinojosa asked for an invitation to be sent to her.
Have we sent that invitation?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
he's wanting to know if you sent the invitation for her to appear.
So we can certainly discuss that. What I would like to do with regard to the motion is,
No, Senator Hinojosa was asking if you sent an invitation for her to appear per our request earlier.
I have not sent one. That is correct. And I would prefer not to send one because I think, again, we're stepping into the litigation that's going forward, and I just think we're confusing two different issues. We're here today simply taking public input on the topic of congressional redistricting, not specifically on the DOJ letter. And that, as I understand, is a matter that's currently before the court. And so I would be very reluctant to invite her. I would also would ask that, I don't want to call the question on the motion because I would like the opportunity to consult with the parliamentarian. Because there is some suggestion in our rules that we cannot do this, at least not where we're at today. So with your permission, if you would not mind withdrawing that motion and then give us time to consult with the parliamentarian with regard to the subpoena power and of the committee. What's been pointed out to me is that
Well, why don't we table this motion for us to discuss?
yeah,
Maybe on a
one
break.
second. What I believe I'm reading is the fact that we don't have the
Where are you
authority
reading from, sir?
to issue a subpoena. And so if you wouldn't mind, not at
What,
this time.
Mr. Chairman, where are you reading from?
Where are you reading from?
All right. In SR 5 that we passed on Monday, in Rule 2, subsection F states, the committee may not consider or take formal action on a specific bill, resolution, or other non-procedural matter during a regional hearing, except for the adoption of permanent rules at an initial meeting held in the Capitol. So your motion could be made at a future time, but not during the regional hearings, which we're conducting over the next 4 days.
Okay.
Future times can you speak to what the future time may be?
And I need to consult with the parliamentarian, but I think that
So
probably.
why don't we just table this motion until we get all that worked out? Respectfully.
That would be my request.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, and that is fine. I'm agreeable to that. How about in the meantime, can we take up what Senator Hinojosa suggested, that we send
A letter.
a
Ask.
invitation asking her to appear in the meantime while we try to figure out the subpoena part? And I know Senator Hughes asked about inviting someone that was out of state. Is that right? Didn't the State Affairs Committee invite the CEO of BlackRock, Mr. Larry Fink?
So the way State Affairs did it, once the decision was made in the right setting, invitations were issued, and then for those folks who didn't want to come that way, then the threat of subpoena was there. So whether we have the authority to subpoena someone out of state, I don't know the answer to. But that was our experience over in State Affairs.
I
So
think
to move along, why don't we
I think I
table?
can clean it up here real quickly.
Yeah.
I think I am fine with sending an invitation. I do wish to consult legal counsel about that because I am concerned that we do have the cases Senator Hinojosa referenced going on in El Paso. They are in the post-trial briefing stage. This letter was written. There was that generated a motion by the plaintiffs to reopen for additional testimony. The court, the AG's office, the litigation team filed a response to that, which I have referenced, and then the court issued an order on that. So right now, this letter is now, as I see it, a part of that litigation. And so before I issued an invitation, I would want to consult with legal counsel.
Okay, so I'm confused. You said that you would go ahead and issue the invitation, and then as we're doing that, consult.
I said I think I'm fine with issuing an invitation,
Okay.
but I want to consult with legal counsel.
On the
Because
subpoena.
At the same time, I don't want us to get drug in or to get that lawsuit drug into what we're doing here today. And so I just want to talk to legal counsel about that. But I think issuing an invitation, if that's what the committee desires, I think that's something we could do.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to issue an invitation, and then you're going to consult with
I'm going to consult with
for the
legal
subpoena.
counsel, and unless there's a really good reason for not doing that, then I'll come back to the committee and ask the committee if that's what you wish me to do, and if you do, then would be happy to issue that invitation. Senator Alvarado.
Mr. Chairman, do you have legal representation now?
I hope I will by the end of the weekend.
Okay.
I've interviewed some firms and some individual attorneys, and we have in some cases run into conflicts. It's a very small universe of people that do redistricting law. I am talking with someone right now, and I hope by the end of the weekend to be able to say that I have counsel for the committee chair.
Well, I wish we were doing this, we could follow through with the subpoena, and I'm going to remind everybody that the DOJ letter does include a deadline for the proposed maps by August the 7th. So time is of the essence. This is the letter that this individual that we're trying to hear from wrote. So I think we have to keep that in mind. If we're going to send an invitation, I think there has to be a very quick turnaround for that person to respond, Ms. Dillon, and then followed by a subpoena if that is not answered. But again, I mean, we're talking about August the 7th. That's right around the corner.
It is. I'm not sure what happens after August 7th.
Well, we don't know because we haven't been able to talk to this person.
Okay. Well, again, I want to move on to the witnesses if we can. I think we've established that we cannot do a subpoena at this point in the process. I said that I was certainly open to a letter of invitation if that's what the committee desires, but I want to consult with legal counsel in advance of that, and I should be able to do that pretty quickly.
So we look forward to the letter of invitation going out.
We'll try to get there.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're getting a play on words here.
Again, I want to say, I don't have any objection to issuing an invitation. I think that's fine.
Okay, we will
Just wanna
issue an
talk to-
invitation.
I just
Yes,
want to
sir.
make sure, because that's now gotten all pulled into the litigation, and there's been a court order regarding that, or in response to it. There's been filings, been a motion to reopen the trial, and I just would like to talk to the legal counsel before I
Issuing a
would say
subpoena
let's
or issuing a letter?
issuing a letter would be I think would be the first step, don't you? It's hard to subpoena someone if you hadn't invited them first.
So you want to, I'm confused, sir. I just want clarification. I'm not trying to belabor this. You need to talk to legal counsel to just issue an invitation?
So
Yes or no?
I said I think it's reasonable to issue an invitation,
So,
and I agree that that's reasonable, and I'm happy to do it if
Okay.
that's what the committee wishes.
that's what,
Sure. Do we need a motion
do
for
we need a
that?
motion to
Not
find
just
out?
yet,
Okay.
but I want to talk to legal counsel first, simply because when that letter was written, it generated a lot of activity in the lawsuit that Senator Hinojosa referenced in El Paso before the three-judge panel. And I just want to make sure that having testimony from that invited witness would not create collateral issues that we're not thinking of here right now.
Right.
But the general concept of inviting I believe it was the director of the Civil Rights Division, to come and testify, I have no objection to that at all.
Right.
And if that's what the committee wishes, but I just want to talk to council first, and I will do that very expeditiously.
And in summation, Mr. Chairman, keep in mind that letter is what got us right here today.
I understand that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, a clarification, though, I'm trying to understand how the El Paso issue, how that would have relevance on us issuing a simple invitation, because the judge already ruled on that and denied to reopen the case.
At this time, if I remember the way it was written, at this time.
So how?
And so I think you're probably right. I just allow me the courtesy
Okay.
of checking with council to make sure there's not something we're not thinking of at 11 a.m. on Friday morning.
And how long do you think that will take? Again, I'm concerned about the August 7th deadline that Ms. Dillon put on us.
Okay, well, I don't feel any pressure from that deadline. I feel like we're following up on the charge. The charge did not mention a August 7th deadline. We're going to operate under the 30-day special session and all the timeframes that are within it. And but I'm thinking I'll be able to answer you by tomorrow if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, and in the meantime, we're going to table the motion. Is that right?
I think, I believe the motion was
Table.
withdrawn.
Okay.
No, we're tabling it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Mr. Chairman.
Everybody good? Anything else? Okay.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's a good discussion. I'm glad we had it. Let me go ahead and I'm going to call three witnesses, and we will take them in the order that I call. So we now are open for public testimony. As a reminder, the public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. The chair calls, and think of this as being moved into the bullpen, the chair calls Sylvia Garcia, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, Ellen Katz, and Gary Bledsoe. Now, Congresswoman Garcia will be the first to testify, and then after that, we will go to Ellen Katz and then to Mr. Bledsoe. Again, just as a reminder, Ms. Katz and Mr. Bledsoe, if you would keep your, you'll be muted at this point, and you'll need to unmute when you're formally called to testify. So with that, Congresswoman, are you with us?
Hello.
Hey, good morning. Thank you. I hope there wasn't any difficulty in getting online there. And although
No, there wasn't, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I just didn't hear you call my name.
Well, that's fine. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you.
All right. And everyone knows who you are, but just for the record, would you please state your name and your title and who you're representing today, yourself or an organization?
I'm Sylvia Garcia. I'm a Congresswoman in District 29, one of the districts that is cited in the DOJ letter. And I'm here testifying in my own behalf. And it's good to see everybody. I remember sitting in those very chairs when I was on the Special Select Committee on Redistricting back in 2013 through 2014. So good to be home again.
Well, welcome, and we're happy to hear your testimony. I did listen to your testimony in the House Committee yesterday as well.
Well, then you'll see that there was a familiar ring, and I'll be ready to start whenever you suggest.
Proceed, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the Vice Chair, and to all my colleagues, many of them former colleagues. It's good to be in the Senate. Even though it's by video, I would have preferred to be there in person as I was yesterday in the House hearing. And I'm going to answer the question that my senator asked, is like, why are we here? Senator Alvarado, you're absolutely right. We should not be here today. We should be working on legislation to support families in the Hill Country after the devastating flooding, to provide resources for families who lost everything, for new warning systems to prevent future tragedies and doing what is best for the safety and well-being of Texans. Instead, we're today playing political games to appease the felon in the White House in his lust to keep power. We are pretending that the governor did not approve the very maps he is now insisting must be changed. This political theater will hurt communities in my district, and it's just plain shameful. And why don't we even have a map? Where are the maps? Why are we proceeding on a hearing when we don't even have maps to comment on? Are we committing today that once maps are in place, are put on the table, that we're going to have future hearings so that those districts impacted can have a say? Well, I'm waiting for that answer. But here we are. So let me tell you about the 29th district, which I'm honored to represent. Our shared values and culture far outnumber our differences. We're a community that values faith, family, hard work, and service. From Lindale to Aldine to Pasadena to Galena Park to Jacinto City or South Houston, we are a community and we stick together. Ripping up the 29th district will silence the voice of these communities, and it would be a travesty. The population growth in Texas is because of the Latino population growth. Plain and simple, ask any demographer. The Voting Rights Act protects districts like the 29th with common interests, priorities, and background. Given this, I urge you to reject this partisan gerrymandering of Texas, reject the map from the felon in the White House, and do what's right for Texans. Texans want a map that they put together. We don't need a politician from the White House putting our map together. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions?
Yes.
Senator Alvarado.
Congresswoman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. You and I have a lot of history with the 29th Congressional District. As I said, I was a student at U of H and attended hearings and participated in advocating for that Latino Opportunity District. And then, if I recall, you ran for that office back in the first race for the Congressional District 29. Is that correct?
I did. I came out third, and I always tell everybody I didn't win the gold, but I did get the bronze.
You got there eventually. It has. Would you say that that the 29th district is a coalition district or a Latino majority district?
Well, it's a Latino majority district, but it's also, I would say, a coalition district because it does have a fairly, I think it's about 20, close to 25% African American population. It's got a little around 5%, mostly Vietnamese community population. And so, you know, it's not race based in the old sense of the word. You know, remember, it is an opportunity, and obviously I sought that opportunity in 92, and I didn't win. We didn't get a Latino in that seat until I won 7 years ago. So I think it's important to make note of that, only because it doesn't always assure that a district will go to the community that's given the opportunity, you know, and I think we need to underscore that, because that's all they are. It's not based on race. It's based on just putting the minorities together. And you know, and Senator Miles, you're absolutely correct. Those districts that are listed in that letter, they're all minority urban districts, pure and simple. Some can argue that no, we're not talking about race. Well, but if you just targeted 4 districts that are minority urban districts, what can anyone conclude about that?
Mm-hmm. And I want to also point out that the 18th Congressional District has been without a representative for quite some time. I know there were other vacancies in Congress, and those elections have already been held. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Congresswoman, thank you again for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and best of luck to y'all.
Thank you. Chair calls Ellen Katz. Ms. Katz, are you with us? There you are.
Yes. Yeah. Hi.
We can hear you fine, and again, I watched your testimony yesterday as well, so please proceed, and if you would, just, I know you know the drill, but tell us your name, who you represent, and please limit your testimony to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ellen Katz. I'm a law professor and associate dean at the University of Michigan Law School. I'm speaking here on my own, in my personal capacity, not on behalf of the school. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to be here and to Senator Alvarado for the invitation. I'll be discussing what you've already been discussing, which is the July 7th letter from the Justice Department, the formal notice it gave the state of Texas of serious concerns about these 4 districts that it calls coalition districts, which it doesn't define, but are generally districts in which the combined population of 2 minority groups constitutes a majority of the district. I'm going to make 3, I hope, quick points today. First, the letter asserts that the districts violate the Voting Rights Act. They don't. There's a recent judicial decision that you've already mentioned that holds that the effects-based prong of the Voting Rights Act, that's Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, doesn't require Texas to draw these districts, but there's no authority whatsoever. There's no claim that the very existence of these districts violates the Voting Rights Act. The second claim the letter makes is that the districts are unconstitutional. And here, the gist of that claim is that the districts were drawn or otherwise reflect impermissible race-based considerations. They don't. Again, Attorney General Paxton's letter on July 11th cites the sworn testimony from the ongoing litigation that race was not considered whatsoever in drawing these 4 districts. They can't be unconstitutional racial gerrymanders or otherwise involve unconstitutional discrimination for that reason. And my last point is I want to say what I think is the most important one, and that is what this letter is instructing Texas to do. Were Texas to do it, would be illegal. The letter targets what it understands to be effective coalition districts, and then it calls on Texas to alter their racial composition to render them ineffective. The Supreme Court has made clear that dismantling districts in this manner is constitutionally problematic. And were Texas to do what this letter instructs, it would not only be injecting race-based considerations into what it says was a race-neutral process, but in so doing, it would be intentionally drawing district lines to destroy effective coalition districts. It amounts to intentional race-based discrimination, and I urge Texas to refuse to take such action.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions as it relates to the Voting Rights Act and the Pettyway versus Galveston City case by the Fifth Circuit. As I understand, the ruling just applied to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it only dealt with an issue of whether or not coalition districts could make a claim under that the voters were being diluted by redistricting. Is that your understanding of the case?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. The claim, the holding of the court in overruling circuit precedent was that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the effects-based or what we call the results-based prong of that provision, does not require Texas to draw the other states within the within the Fifth Circuit to draw coalition districts in the first instance. There's no obligation to do so. That's all it holds. It doesn't hold that coalition districts independently, the ones that exist, violate the Voting Rights Act. That's a astounding proposition. The mere fact that there's a district in which there are 2 minority groups with a population that is a majority, that's just that there's nothing problematic about that. And in fact, there are hundreds and possibly thousands of such districts throughout the country in which jurisdictions applying traditional districting principles draw districts, and the resulting districts have populations of this sort. The VRA has never prohibited that, and the DOJ letter is flatly incorrect in stating otherwise.
And in the ruling itself, anywhere in the body of the ruling, did the Fifth Circuit declare coalition district as unconstitutional?
Yeah, no, it didn't reach that question at all. I mean, and it didn't read the question whether the failure to maintain a previous coalition district would be unconstitutional. My understanding is the district judge didn't rule on those issues because he initially found a violation of the Voting Rights Act, and so that's the issue that went up, and that's the issue that the court held didn't require the drawing of the districts, which again is a very different question than whether the districts themselves are independently a violation of the statute.
And the court did not address the issue of violations of the 14th Amendment or 15th Amendment of the Constitution, as I
It did not.
understand the opinion.
It did not. I mean, and it's worth enough, if the committee is interested, we can spend some time on what the DOJ letter is saying about constitutional violations and why these 4 districts are, in its view, unconstitutional. These are, I mean, they are not. They're unequivocally not. The claims the DOJ are making are simply wrong.
And the ruling was pretty narrow just to the claim on the dilution of the votes by under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and that's as narrow as it was.
Yes.
As I read the letter from DOJ, it seems to me that they have completely misrepresented and distorted the opinion, and are now targeting only minority coalitions and even minority majority congressional districts. Those, in your opinion, are those blatantly illegal under the Constitution?
I guess I want to say 2 things. No, they're not. The letter's assertion that these districts are unconstitutional is, in my view, flatly wrong. The letter is strange in that one would think the claims are not even close. It's not like, oh, we could have a debate about this. They are not unconstitutional. And one of the critical reasons is the Attorney General of this state's letter confirming that race was not taken into account in the drawing of these specific 4 districts. The letter, nevertheless, the DOJ letter, nevertheless, relies on the mere racial composition of these districts, looks at their composition and says, oh, there must be something wrong. They're unconstitutional, and in fact calls them unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. They can't be unconstitutional racial gerrymanders for the very reason Attorney General Paxton said. They were not drawn based on race. And racial gerrymander definitionally requires that the jurisdiction allowed race to predominate over traditional districting principles. That didn't happen here. These districts cannot be unconstitutional in that sense.
One more question, and that is the DOJ letter actually targeted Congressional District 9, 18, 29, 33, which all those congressional districts are either minority coalition districts or majority minority districts. Is that targeting of those congressional districts unconstitutional?
Yeah.
I think it is, and I think your word targeting is exactly right, and it's why I think that for Texas to do what the Department of Justice is presently insisting that it does would be to itself violate the Constitution, to inject race into what has on the state's representation been a race-neutral process, and to dismantle effective coalition districts, majority-minority coalition districts, in which precisely because they are effective coalition districts. They're out the letter. I mean, and we talked about this a bit yesterday at the hearing yesterday. The Supreme Court has said, don't do this. And this is the Bartlett versus Strickland letter. And we can get a little bit into the weeds decision, and we can get in the weeds talking about the difference between crossover districts and coalition districts. But the gist of that opinion, or on the relevant point of that opinion, was the Supreme Court, in talking about what the Voting Rights Act requires of jurisdictions, also said the following, and I'm just going to read the court's words. They said, whatever Section 2 might require, if there were a showing that a state intentionally drew district lines in order to destroy an otherwise effective, they're talking about crossover districts, you can sub in coalition districts here, that would raise serious constitutional questions. And that's precisely what the DOJ letter is asking, or instructing Texas to do what Bartlett said don't do. It targets what it understands to be an operational coalition district, and it calls on Texas to alter its racial composition so as to destroy them, to dismantle them, and make them ineffective as coalition districts. And the Supreme Court has signaled that is unconstitutional behavior.
Thank you, Mrs. Katz, for your testimony.
Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Katz, I want to thank you for making this plain and clear. Having 3 partially or wholly in my district of these congressional districts that are targeted by DOJ, you've made it in the Supreme Court case of Bartlett and Strickland, and you've made it very simple to understand, and how it applies to this particular incident. So I want to thank you for that, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Katz, we appreciate you attending both hearings, both in the House and here. You mentioned the Bartlett Strickland court case, and I said this earlier that I don't want to be a part of anything that is unconstitutional. And we have, court cases. We have the Supreme Court telling us and there's precedence for this being unconstitutional. So, with that, and let's look back to what took place in the 2021 redistricting process, where it was said many times, whether it was in hearings or on the Senate floor, that the maps were legal, constitutional, and in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Even if the DOJ letter were correct, the state claimed here and at the trial, which was very recent, that the current maps were drawn without regard to race, and the maps were adopted in 2021, changed the districts listed in the DOJ letter substantially. What significance does that have?
I think it's entirely dispositive. There cannot be the violations that the letter is suggesting if the state drew these districts without consideration of race. The Constitution it requires intentional race-based intentional discrimination to be a violation requires that. The state has insisted that's not what it has done. There's no evidence, at least with regard to these 4 districts, that race was considered in any way when they were drawn. We have sworn testimony on that effect. They can't be unconstitutional or race-based unconstitutional conduct for that reason. And the same for the Voting Rights Act. It can't, the intentional discrimination will also violate the Voting Rights Act. It cannot be the case here because of the way the districts were drawn.
Do you have any idea why the DOJ would send such a letter and target those particular congressional districts?
Yeah, that's not something I can speak to. I have only read the letter like you. I read that letter. If my students wrote that letter, I would give them a bad grade because it's a bad assessment of what the Voting Rights Act requires. It's a bad assessment of what the Constitution requires. The facts that we know make the claims that the conclusions it's asserting to be wrong. It's not close. There's not like, oh, we can have a debate about that. There is, given the representations from the state, the legal claims that the letter makes simply do not hold up, and instead I think forces us to look at what the letter is in fact instructing Texas to do, whatever its intent. What the letter is instructing Texas to do is to dismantle these districts that were drawn, as Texas has said, in a race neutral manner, and to do precisely what the Supreme Court in Bartlett versus Strickland said, that raises a huge constitutional problem. And that was not what they were talking about in Bartlett. That was not what they were talking about in the Fifth Circuit of the Petaway case. It's something else entirely.
Well, and you hit some core points, is that, I wish the leadership in this state, and we have, an attorney general, we have many lawyers in this building that should have nipped this in the bud and said, stop, we're not going any further because what you're asking us to do is unconstitutional. But yet, here we are. Thank you.
One question, just one question.
Senator Miles.
Ms. Katz, you stated that doing a map now would be illegal. Can you expound on that one more time for us?
So I think I have to say something more precise than that. Leaving aside drawing the map for any other reason, redrawing these districts for the reasons the DOJ letter instructs would be, in my view, illegal. So that's the claim I want to make.
Okay. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Just one quick one, Ms. Katz. Did you provide testimony in the El Paso case?
I did not.
Were you part of the plaintiff's team or one of the plaintiff's attorneys?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Not in any way.
If there's no other questions, members, thank you for being here with us today, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Gary Bledsoe. And Mr. Bledsoe, you've testified many times before. I see you're here with us on the screen. Would you please state, just for the record, your name, title, and the organization that you represent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Gary Bledsoe. I'm president of the Texas NAACP, and great idea to bring Dr. Katz onto our team.
Well, welcome, and please proceed with your testimony, and we would ask you to keep to 2 minutes.
Thank you. To the chair, vice chairs, and members of the committee and the legislature, the highly unusual mid-decade redistricting, like every other one before it, reminds us of the long, unbroken history of efforts to silence and diminish the political powers of Black Texans. We need to remember that this is not just about political parties, it is about the systematic efforts to restrict the influence of people of color in this state. At this nation's founding, the Constitution enshrined the 3/5 compromise, counting Black people as only 3/5 of a human being for the purpose of legislative representation. But while our bodies were counted to inflate the power of slaveholding states, we had no vote, no real voice, and absolutely no ability to shape who represented us, even at the subhuman level. That compromise dehumanized my ancestors, turning them into tools to strengthen the political interests of those who would keep them in chains, and set the foundation for centuries of racially discriminatory laws and practices. With this mid-decade redistricting, Texas is moving back to that era and that system. The DOJ letter to Governor Abbott specifically targets 3 of the 4 African-American opportunity districts where African-American voters are able to elect their candidates of choice directly, and 1 Latino district where Latinos are able to elect their candidates of choice directly. Importantly, the 4th African-American district may have been added for the hearing in Arlington next week, so it seems as though there may be an effort to wipe out the slate in terms of African-American representation in Congress and reinstitute the 3/5 compromise. The 9th, 18th, and 30th are not just any districts. These are opportunity seats protected under the law, as confirmed by both the D.C. Circuit and panels right here in Texas, as well as being admitted to by the state of Texas, even in the current litigation. The 29th is also a protected seat and was originally drawn by the court, as was the 30th, 9th, and 30th. I have 2 minutes. I'll jump to the latter part of my testimony. Some important things for you to note. Senator Huffman testified under oath that the map was drawn blind to race. Number 2, the map was drawn by individuals from the governor's own political party who initially foreclosed attempts for minority input in the process. Then, after they provided limited opportunity, they did not respond to what they heard. Number 3, Senator Huffman said that the Attorney General of Texas reviewed the map and ensured the map did not violate the Voting Rights Act of the Constitution before they went forward with the map in question. 4th, whites are 40% of the Texas population, but control 73% of its current congressional districts. And if they succeed in eliminating 5 districts that are now targeting, the 4 in the letter and 1 more, whites will control 87% of our districts. Since 1980, Texas would have lost seats if the state only used its white population growth to determine the number of seats in which it was entitled, to which it was entitled. Texas had 24 seats at the time and has 38 now. And all 14 new seats can safely be said to be due to Latino, African American, and Asian population increases. The message from history, from the 3/5 rule to the present day, is that counting bodies alone does not mean granting people power or voice. Our current process risks repeating those old sins by drawing lines that pack, split, and silence communities of color. I'm not here to call anyone a racist, but the actions we are viewing are racially discriminatory. At the critical moment we face now, I urge you to reject any plan that diminishes the opportunity for our communities to participate in the political process. You can stand with Jefferson Davis or you can stand with Abraham Lincoln. The choice is yours. Please reject this idea of engaging in mid-decade redistricting now. Honor the legacy of the Voting Rights Act and let the court decision from El Paso come forward. Do draw maps in the future that recognize the true value and agency of every Texan. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bledsoe, I want to thank you for your testimony here today and all of your testimonies and work that you've put in the past for the great citizens of the state of Texas. I just got one question. Can you recall of any victories that the state of Texas has had in courtrooms as it relates to redistricting in the history of Texas in the past?
Well, Senator, that's a great question. Let me give you a little history on that because I think it's very important. Number one, our state has a real history of discriminating against black and brown voters, and that occurred even when we had Democratic control. Congresswoman Bernice Johnson famously testified to that during the last decade. But what we have seen is that there's always been a continuation and a history. In Texas, the white Texans went to the United States Supreme Court 5 times in 26 years, from Nixon versus Herndon to Terry versus Adams, to try to prevent African Americans from being able to vote in Texas. And that last case was only in 1953, so it's really, in many ways, not that long ago. But what we have seen is ever since the Voting Rights Act was adopted in 1965, after every decade's redistricting, people of color have challenged the efforts by the Texas legislature to redistrict, and every single time, African Americans and or Latinos have been found to be victorious, and the state has been held to have discriminated against African Americans and or Latinos. And I must say that includes panels like in recent years that are majority Republican panels. So it's not a partisan issue. That just seems to be a predisposition to discriminate against African Americans and Latinos. And so that's occurring even to the present day. I don't know what this court will hold now, where the case is now pending. But indeed, the last decade, the map was found to have discriminated against African Americans, Latinos, as well as in every single other decade. At some point, we hope that the legislature is hopefully going to do right towards Latinos and African Americans, so we don't have to go to court to vindicate our rights. But this is going beyond the pale, Senator, because when you already control 73% of the seats and you want to move that to 87%, I think yesterday Dr. Valenzuela called that apartheid, and I would probably agree with her.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Bledsoe. One more thing. You're familiar with jingle factors?
Yes, sir, I am.
Can you explain to this body how those jingle factors would apply to Congressional District 18 and 9?
Well,
explain what jingle factors are to my colleagues.
Okay. Well, the jingles factors are when you're trying to create a Section 2 district, there are jingles prongs that you have to meet. And one of those is about whether or not you have numerosity, whether you can get 50.1% of the citizen voting age population in the district that would be of one particular group. Previously, the rule was if you could show various requirements in the Fifth Circuit, that you could put black and brown together. So that was the issue that was put together in the Petaway case. So you're looking for 50.1, but then you're looking for cohesion. And so you have to show that they can vote together. And thirdly, that if they vote together, that they would have some success, some electoral success, but you must also show that white voters are polarized, and white voters have traditionally frustrated those voters from being able to elect their candidate of choice. what occurred in Petaway was the 40 plus years of precedent by that we had in the Fifth Circuit by great litigators like Jose Garza and Rolando Rios that brought those issues forth, where you could put black and brown together if you could show various socioeconomic commonalities and political cohesion between the groups, that they could be joined together. And that's occurred until even recent years with litigation in Baytown and other places where that continued to be the rule. And in fact, in the case now pending before the panel in El Paso, that three-judge panel had ruled prior to Petaway that that was a law in Texas, and they had refused to dismiss claims that many of us had made in reference to coalition districts, because until that decision in Petaway last year, that was the law in the circuit. But in terms of what the Supreme Court has not acted upon that issue, but there are a number of circuits that actually still hold that black and brown can be joined together for purposes of creating a district, or requiring a district be created under Section 2. And so we're hoping that at some point the Supreme Court does entertain that issue, and that when they entertain that issue, they'll resolve it in the affirmative way and say what we think the law is, that you should be able to join black and brown together. You know, we attempted even last time to join black, brown, and Asian together in Fort Bend County, and we won that initially. We ended up losing it, and the court gave us an encouraging comment in the opinion about the need to continue with the electoral outcomes in the Asian community before we could join all three. But anyway, that has not been decided by the Supreme Court, that you can't join more than one group together. That's only now law in the Fifth Circuit.
And lastly, the ugly truth of the matter is the state of Texas has systematically and historically tried to depress African American and Latino vote in the history of Texas. The ugly truth. Is that correct?
There's 100% truth to what you're saying. I mean, we didn't have a Latino in Congress, despite the large Latino population in this state, until Henry B. Gonzalez. That was what, late 50s, early 60s, sometime in that the great the lion Henry B. Gonzalez was elected, and the incomparable Barbara Jordan was there in 1973. But that was after the legendary case, or the important case, White versus Register, that brought us to have the type of single-member districts that allows many of you now to be there in the Texas legislature. So that was 1972. You know, when great lawyers like Dave Richards, George Corbel, and others brought that case forth and required that. So Texas has continued to fight. You know, that it's just like taking teeth from a chicken. It's really kind of hard. You've got to fight every session. You know, Congresswoman Ada Bernice Johnson, when the state senator, she had to go to court and vindicate the rights of African Americans. They did the same thing with the 29th in the 1990s. So minorities have had to go to court to get the districts created, or whether they're, and so even when the legislature created some, they didn't create them in ways that really empowered the African American community. So that's why people like Ada Bernice Johnson, Sheila Jackson Lee, and others went to court to vindicate their rights to fully establish those districts and make them into true Section 2 districts. And so it took a fight for those things. And so that fight continues.
And lastly, do you view this letter from the DOJ as another ugly attempt to suppress and to downtrot black and brown votes? The letter that's gotten us here today, is that just another ugly attempt to do the same thing that Texas has been doing historically?
There's zero question about that. It is actually an incredible letter. I think we heard Professor Katz, and she really kind of nailed it. This letter is basically saying that you can't have a district that black and brown people together constitute a majority. So you have all these other districts around Texas where maybe you have, black and white, or brown and white, or what have you, or you have some combination. So But that letter chose to focus on districts where minorities are able to elect their candidate of choice. And so we don't need to get into all the jingles issues and things of that nature, because the courts have made it very clear that without regard to current statistical numbers, the 9th, 18th, and 30th are protected African American opportunity seats. And the same thing with the 29th. And the 33rd was court created, and clearly the African American community and the 33rd has been able to directly, without coalition, though there is a coalition there, if you peel out the numbers from the coalition, the African American community would still be able to elect their candidate in the 33rd.
Pretty
So all
open
the
and
seats
obvious
are really
and blatant,
protected.
wouldn't you say? Pretty open and obvious and blatant, wouldn't you say?
It's clear. I mean, it couldn't. I mean, you don't have to be the sharpest tool in the drawer to understand what this is. This is an act of racial discrimination and bias, and it's saying that we need to go out and you find, it's like creating an amoeba to go out and find black and brown districts and go out and eat them up and eliminate them. And so that's what that says. We found these districts that we just don't like because black and brown people joined together. And so they're going to destroy them. It's completely illegal, and it is race-based. And so they're inviting this legislature to engage in an overt act of discrimination. So if the legislature does what's requested in that letter, they have engaged in intentional discrimination
Gary, I want to thank you
and
for
racial
all.
gerrymandering.
I want to thank you for all the hard work you've done for this great state of Texas, for both black, brown, and everybody included in this state. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Always I say the same for you, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification on the issue dealing with minority coalition districts. The ruling by the Fifth Circuit pretty much was narrow and point that under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, minority coalition district could not make a claim of voter dilation on redistricting. Is that ruling apply only to the Fifth Circuit jurisdiction, or is that nationwide?
That only applies in the Fifth Circuit. I think there's a split in the circuits. I think before that decision, there were more circuits that held that you could join black and brown together. But now I think with that, I think it's apparently evenly split. I hadn't looked at it lately, but I think it's something like 2 and 2 or something along those lines. Not every circuit has addressed that issue for different reasons. But I think that there's maybe at least one other circuit where this newfound Fifth Circuit law is the law, but that's only the law from that opinion as to this circuit. So, and again, you have to draw the distinction, Senator, because they were talking about whether you mandated to draw it under Section 2 by joining black and brown together. But the two big issues they did not address were about, naturally occurring districts, and talked about in Bartlett that we have a right to have black and brown naturally occurring districts just like any other. And number two, even if not naturally occurring, if it's a district that has been a functioning coalition district that was properly created in the past, can you dismantle that? And those decisions were not up before the Fifth Circuit. And so those things are still pending. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Though, again, I'm going to say 9, 18, 29, and 30 are absolutely African-American, Latino opportunity seats and are not coalition seats.
And one last question. The Fifth Circuit opinion in the Petaway versus Galveston County case, they did not address any claims dealing with the 14th Amendment or the 15th Amendment.
They did not. They did not. It was only a Section 2 case. It was not about the 14th Amendment or the 15th Amendment. And I'm glad you said the 15th, Senator, because I think Some of the courts don't like it when we raise 15th nowadays and maybe dismiss those out of hand, but I think it is the 14th and 15th. And so where that came from in the letter from DOJ about these being unconstitutional, I don't know. But those districts are absolutely constitutional, and you can look at the opinions that are already in the books that have upheld those upheld them, and even the state's expert in the 2011 round acknowledged that those districts were protected opportunity seats. And even if you recall, on the Senate floor during debate and discussion, there was some acknowledgement by state leaders. Even I remember the interchange, I think, between, I think it was Senator Miles and Senator Huffman, where she pretty much acknowledged that on the floor. So I think everybody knows those are protected seats.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bledsoe, for your testimony.
Members, any other questions?
I'm on.
Senator Alvarado.
Okay. Mr. Bledsoe, thank you for joining us. What was the process the state said it used to draw the previous maps?
Well, what the sworn testimony from Senator Huffman was that obviously there was a group that was secured that's already been testified to by Congresswoman Garcia, I think, and that group I think drew up the map, and at some point they were in consultation with the Senate leaders on that, and that once they had come up with a map, that map was reviewed by a team put together by the Attorney General of Texas, and that group did a review to make sure that the map was constitutional. So you had Attorney General Paxton that was responsible for reviewing the map, and I think she even said that many times on the Senate floor where you guys were asking her questions, and she continued to say that there's this lawyer that she sends questions to, and while you were discussing things on the floor, they would get information back. Well, it turns out in that litigation, it was the Attorney General's office that was actually doing that. So you would have to believe in the DOJ letter that somehow, if it's drawn race blind and it's reviewed by Attorney General Paxton, that somehow they decided to put in illegal maps that would advance African American and Latino interests, and I think that kind of begs this heart kind of is a bridge too far for me to cross.
So the Attorney General weighs in, the committee had lawyers, there was this group. There were a lot of lawyers that weighed in on the 2021 maps, correct?
That is true. They had a private law firm. I think you had different representation in the Senate and in the House. Mm-hmm. And I think that the representation during court was, well, the minority can actually get a lawyer too. So we were interested in that. I forget which one of was it Senator or Rep that testified to that, well, you guys could have had a lawyer as well from the Attorney General's office. But no, there were private law firms involved in the drafting and the consulting and all that. And even the Attorney General was involved in that process at that stage. And I think even Senator, there was apparently a law firm that was on site when the congressional map was debated on the House floor. In fact, I think Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett talked about how she had to get their permission before her amendment could go forward and be discussed on the floor.
It seems like if these maps back in 2021 were not legal, were not in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, they were not constitutional, that the Attorney General or somebody in his office, being the lawyer for the state, would have said something. Do you agree?
That's absolutely true. You know, in our opinion, they were unconstitutional, but not because they did too much for black and brown. It's because they did too little for black and brown. So they were also unconstitutional for another reason. And I think I'm not a gambler, Senator, but if there was any stretch of the imagination that they gave unfair advantage to black or brown, they would absolutely have spoken up.
Okay, there were plenty of opportunities for all of these lawyers to say otherwise. Is there a map in the Houston area you have supported, or in the Dallas and Fort Worth area?
If I could just interrupt just a second, and I want to make sure, Senator, you get to ask every question you wish to ask, but I would just want to remind us all that we don't have any map before us today. Today is simply about gathering information from the public, and although we're delighted to have expert witnesses here, the main purpose of the hearing is to gather from the general public. We've got a lot of people in the queue that I know are waiting. We will have, I promise, ample time if there's a map before the committee to go into great detail over that map with all the experts that anyone wishes to bring. And so it might be better to wait for those kind of detailed questions to a different day, but I'll let you proceed at your discretion.
Okay. Again, not my choice to be here. Nobody on our side asked to be put in this situation. So anyway, back to my question. Is there a map in the Houston area you have supported, or in the Dallas and Fort Worth area?
There absolutely is, and I will say with one caveat, because of the rules that were adopted in the Senate last time, and the rules that were allowed, you really could not put forth a map that had opportunity districts, because with the growth in the Latino population, there should have been at least one new Latino congressional seat, if not two. But the way things manifested themselves, the obstacles were too great, and you could not tender maps that provided for that. That being said, there's a map in the Houston area that I think was agreed to by Congresswoman Garcia, Congresswoman Jackson Lee, and Congressman Green, C-2131, I think, and that was something I think that Senator Miles' office might have been involved in helping to draw. But C-2131, because it was so little need to change those three districts, that traditional redistricting principles would say you make those modest changes because they were all three near perfect size. And so you just give some from the 9th and 18th to the 29th that needed a little population. And so that's what we did. And and so that was the one in the Houston area, because it adhered to traditional redistricting principles. And C-2177 in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but only as to Congressional District 30. The changes there to 33 are not changes that we support or propose, but in terms of, because Congressional District 30 should be a majority African-American district, but the state decided to diminish it by 2.5 points or so in terms of the African-American population. But so that C-2177 that was tendered on the House side, but was not adopted. It was tendered by Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett when she was in the State House. So we support those two, but we say there needs to be at least one Latino opportunity district, and maybe two. Dallas-Fort Worth had the largest growth of any metropolitan area in the United States of America. And the Houston area was only about 50,000 behind. So there's tremendous growth in both those areas. And the huge growth that Texas received was 50% Latino. And so I think that the Latino community definitely deserves additional representation.
Is there anything inconsistent with the position taken by Governor Abbott in the recent trial with what President Trump is saying today?
Absolutely. They can't both be telling the truth. They were race-based or they were race-blind. You can't be race-based and race-blind, right? And so one of them has got to be as to fundamental untruth.
Okay.
They can't be both true. They were race-based or race-blind. I would like to say, just Senator, for the record, even Chief Justice Roberts, I think in the Milligan case, talked about how you need to look at race, but race shouldn't dominate, but you want to avoid discriminating against African Americans and Latinos. And in fact, the legislature is advised of that in the 2021 manual put out by Ledge Council, though I think Senator Huffman said that they didn't really desire to follow Ledge Council direction on that issue.
I'm interested in what you have to say about the 3/5 rule. Can you explain that to us?
Well, that's when you use bodies that have no political power to get more districts. And so when my ancestors were enslaved here in Texas, up in, the Falls County area, what have you, where my folks were enslaved, they were counted for numbers, but they had no political power. And so Texas was able to get additional seats. That was a big issue in Congress at the time, and there was a big debate about whether to continue that, because what happened was the 3/5 rule gave disproportionate power to the southern states, and that helped lead to, no doubt, the Civil War. But in the so you can say you have 1 million slaves, and even though they have no vote, you can count them as 600,000 people for purposes of getting new districts. So you have all these new districts. So that gives white Texans greater power than what they would have otherwise as a multiplier as to their power, simply because of their being able to use people who were enslaved. And I think that parallel exists today, where you have such a large immigrant population, an immigrant population that one can honestly argue was really kind of invited by business to come here and to be part of our state. And so that population is used to drive up the numbers of seats that Texas is permitted to have under the Constitution, but they can't vote and things of that nature. But what happens here is that you get the marginalization. People can't vote, but what makes matters worse now when they can vote is they're still trying to do the same thing as before, to draw districts where African American Latinos would have no influence and not be able to elect their candidates of choice. That's exactly what the DOJ letter says. It's upset that Black and Brown can get together and elect their candidate of choice, but that's what the 3/5 rule is, that you simply use people for numbers but disregard them otherwise. And I feel that that's what's actually happening, as has happened in our state. And if we adopt what the president's recommending here and go to 87% of the districts being controlled by white voters, I don't think we can even argue that point at that time.
Okay. One last question. This process of mid-decade redistricting, will it potentially put some Republican seats at risk?
There's no doubt. I think we saw what happened in 2018, Senator, with the changeover to Congressional District 7 and Congressional District 32. Those were considered to be safe seats for a decade, but that didn't work. And so this time, what occurred was, instead of just using the suburban areas, which are now diverse, and so because of whether it's financial gains or whether it's just people moving in from the outside who chose to go to the suburban areas, our suburban areas now are very diverse. And so that's why you have a Congressional District 7, a Congressional District 32 that can upset what had thought to be an effective racially gerrymandered map. And I think that's the concern that many have here. The New York Times reported that many of the members of the Republican delegation who met with President Trump on this were not in favor of it, and they were unnamed sources for the New York Times article. But I think they can see what happened, because what happened this time is they went about as far as you can, in my mind, although I think one of the witnesses said they could go further, But when you start doing things like Congressional District 13, going like over 400 miles from one point in the district to another, including 38 counties, where you now add the rural areas and you cut up the minority areas and you pack them into a limited number of districts, and then you crack out the rest of the minority community in the urban areas, and you extend it all the way to rural areas now, so that those rural districts can then control the vote along with the sympathetic voters from the suburban and urban areas. And so that's the ploy that's taken here. But it can definitely backfire like it did last time. And I think that's what those lawmakers understand, because even the current one that's there could backfire at some point, where they've only taken 73% of the districts. But if you take 87%, I think that's going to be quite volatile. But the only problem with that from our viewpoint is we still want to have black and brown opportunity districts, which you'll probably end up with is a whole lot of potentially Democratic districts because they're trying to grab too much. And so you have to stretch the white voters so much and so thin. And you can't do that, Senator, without involving yourself in racial gerrymandering. They're going to have to use race as the means to draw a new district. So it's going to be a textbook example of racial gerrymandering.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question, Mr. Bledsoe. What is the difference between an opportunity district and a coalition district?
An opportunity district is where your group can elect a candidate of choice without having to go to another group for a coalition. So, for example, if the African American voters, even though they may have a coalition with Latino voters or Asian voters, if you look at the African American vote, and if they're able to elect their candidate of choice, then that would be an African American opportunity district. Now, for the first creation of such a district, you've got that 50.1% numerosity requirement there. But districts have continued to function that way, and the courts have ruled that they continue to be, even if they drop below the 50.1%, because they continue to function in that way. A coalition district is when you need to join with another group that would be needed in order to get the majority. So those seats, you could have black and brown, brown and Asian. You could have whatever combination of minorities to have a minority coalition seat in whatever combination that could do, as they were doing in Galveston, where that lawsuit brought by I think 3 NAACP units and a LULAC chapter, along with an incumbent commissioner, challenged that. But they had a coalition, and they were able to get the candidate of choice over time. And so that's a coalition district. Now, neither one had the ability to do it on their own, but where they can do it together. And you have that other district that we saw Professor Katz talk about. That's a crossover district, but that's where you have sympathetic or in line, in sync white voters, and you have to add them to the quotient. So when you add white voters, it becomes a crossover district. And that's the one that was talked about in Bartlett. And they said, well, there's not a constitutional a right to preserve, to create a crossover district.
Let me just stop you there and get back to the opportunity district. I understand the other two, crossover and the minority coalition districts. The opportunity districts, do they combine? Does it have to be 51% or 50% plus minority?
For the initial creation under Jingles, that is the requirement, 50.1 CVAP.
And there would be an opportunity district?
That would be an opportunity for the initial creation. But what I've said, the courts have held that districts that have fallen below that but still function in that manner are still opportunity districts, even if they drop below, as long as they continue to function as they were prescribed to function.
And that would be without any type of coalition with another minority group.
Right, and it doesn't mean you can't have a coalition, but the question is whether you could, without the coalition, elect your candidate of choice.
Got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Bledsoe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bledsoe. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's noon and we still have a lot of people in the queue. I'm going to continue to call people up in groups, and then if you'll just, once you're kind of moved over into the waiting area, I'll call you one at a time. The next group is Mindy Tackett, Craig Nazor, Ricardo Villarreal, Ernesto Moran, and Emily Amps. Mindy Tackett, Craig Nazor, Ricardo Villarreal, Ernesto Moran, and Emily Amps. And Ms. Tackett, we'll go with you first. And I think we're going to go with Ms. Tackett first, Mr. Moran. Ms. Tackett, are you with us? Give you a separate second to connect there. Yep. Okay, so. All right, Ms. Tackett's audio is in the process of connecting. So, Emily Amps, why don't we go ahead and start with you? And again, please keep your testimony to 2 minutes. If you would state your name, who you represent, if you're testifying on behalf of someone other than yourself.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Emily Amps, and I'm the Director of Politics and Policy at the Texas AFL-CIO, the state's labor federation with over 250,000 affiliated members across the state. And I'm here to testify on their behalf and also for myself. Texans, including many of our members, your constituents, are facing serious challenges right now. We have the highest rate and number of uninsured. Wages aren't going up, even though prices are. Workers are dying in the heat of the summer because they have no state or federal protections to ensure they're given a break or some water. And right now, first responders and volunteers are cleaning up and rebuilding communities after a tragic weather event took the lives of over 100 of our neighbors, including many young Texans. But here we are, talking about redrawing a congressional map, something no Texan asked for, spurred by political pressure and aimed at dismantling communities of color and candidate of their choice. And bowing to this pressure would further silence Texans, including workers, adding to the many voices already muted by the current district lines. And what makes Texas so special? It's the people who build our state, who teach the next generation, who keep our state government running. It's the vibrant border communities of the Rio Grande Valley, El Paso, Laredo, the beaches in the coastal bend, the piney woods of East Texas, the weirdness of Austin, the history of San Antonio, the industries in DFW and the Gulf Coast, and the oil fields of West Texas. These communities are all unique, and their differences are not limited to just geography. These communities have unique needs and challenges, and they need unique representation in Washington, D.C. However, already many of these communities have been severed and neighborhoods divided. For example, fast-growing suburban communities like mine in Buda, Texas, in Congressional District 21, has been sliced and diced and put into a district with rural communities that have little in common with my community. And now you've been asked to double down and divide communities even more. So I urge you, as you move forward, please remember that your actions during this special session will have a real impact on real people, and there are real issues that need to be addressed. And also remember that you do not have to draw a map. And if the 4th of July tragedies taught us anything, this is a time when Texans need to come together, not be further divided. So please don't forget that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for being with us here today. Chair calls Ernesto Moran. Thank you, and welcome. If you would, please tell us, just for the record, your name, whether you're representing yourself or an organization.
Yes, my name is Ernesto Moran. I'm here just representing myself. I'm a native U.S.-born citizen and a resident of Texas for more than 30 years. I want to acknowledge that I am testifying from land ceded and shared by the Tawakani, Kickapoo, Wichita, Comanche, and Jumanos nations. Without even getting into how revolting it is to be doing this when 135 people lost their lives in Texas floods, this is not about doing what's best for Texans. The justification is flimsy at best, but if we're being honest, it's hollow. The Department of Justice cites race-based considerations and says they have to be rectified, but Attorney General Ken Paxton just weeks ago argued the very opposite under oath in open court. He said there was no racial gerrymandering in the maps as they are currently drawn. But let's not kid ourselves and insult each other's intelligence, okay? We know this is about one person and his desire to ram through the rest of his agenda in the second half of his term as president, not to mention protect himself from possible consequences of his actions thus far in his time in office. He even came out and said so. This is solely about preserving power that is slipping away. We saw the same thing already happen on the Tarrant County Commissioner's Court, which just approved a mid-decade redistricting map. And all it's going to do is cost taxpayers millions of dollars in lawsuits. And if you go through with this, you will put into motion a nationwide domino effect that you have no control over. Governors in California and New Jersey have already indicated as much. In the words of a great American, your poll tax and Jim Crow and greed have got to go. All you fascists are bound to lose. I say peace be to you if you're willing to fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here with us today. Chair calls Craig Nazor.
Can you hear me?
Certainly can. If you would please just state for the record your name and your title, and if you're representing any organization here today.
Hello, my name is Craig Nazor of the Sierra Club. We support the Sierra Club comments submitted by Dr. Cyrus Reed outlining the negative effects of gerrymandering has on environmental advocacy. Here's how political redistricting worked for me. One morning in 1995 at the local HEB, a tall, lanky man approached me and said, "Hello, my name is Lloyd Doggett, and I represent you in the U.S. Congress. Do you have any questions for me?" From then on, about twice a year, Congressman Doggett was at that HEB for me to talk to. In 2003, this legislature redrew District 10 into the shape of a python that swallowed an elephant, with a head west of Austin and the tail just north of Houston, represented by Michael McCall. I never met Congressman McCall, although I many times tried to make appointments with him. I never spoke to him, although I called his office frequently. He lives in Westlake Hills, yet he never appeared at any public events in Austin where I could meet him or ask him any questions or get any answers. He didn't represent me because he didn't have to. By your design, he knew that he could completely ignore me and still be reelected. When this is done for political or racial reasons, this makes people angry, as we witnessed at the House hearing yesterday. There is really no clear distinction between racial or political gerrymandering. One simply covers for the other. Either one can leave people dealing with deadly environmental issues without a voice. Now you want to double down again without a census in the middle of the decade. Why? Because a president who never won the popular vote in any election is demanding it, further polarizing our already highly polarized nation. And because of this, Texas is not the representative democracy it has always claimed to be. Sad.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here with us today. Chair calls Mindy Tackett.
Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Thank you. We're able to get on.
Okay.
Please,
thank you.
Just for the record, if you would state your name and if you represent any organization and any title that you wish to state, and please hold your testimony to 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm Mindy Tackett. I'm here today testifying on my own behalf. I'm up in Tarrant County, but I can't make tomorrow's meeting, so I decided to do that today. I'm going to reiterate what others have already said. Texans do not want this. Trump wants this. Mid-decade redistricting is a blatant power grab, and it undermines fair representation and rigs the rules to erase the voices of Black and Brown communities in order to keep politicians who support white Christian nationalism in power. This is no different than what we have been fighting up here in Tarrant County, the county commissioners here in Tarrant County. Just like our Tarrant County commissioners were afraid that they might lose power here, Trump and national level Republicans are afraid that they might lose some power. So they're turning to states like Texas to try to ensure that they have enough Republican seats. And y'all are going to squash Black and Brown voices in order to do that. There's really no polite way to say this. Republicans, we see you. We see you for who you are, and we see you for what you're doing. You're shameless, power-hungry bootlickers, and you're only serving Trump, not the people of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Ricardo Villarreal.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Villarreal. I'm an Army veteran and represent veterans in the state of Texas through the nonprofit organization Common Defense. I was also a candidate who ran for Congressional District 21 in 2022. So I'm keenly aware of the expected outcomes through the creation of gerrymandered maps. Today, I'd like to discuss the topic of redlining. Redlining was a discriminatory practice denying or limiting financial services to residents of neighborhoods based on their race or ethnicity. This practice was particularly directed towards Black and other minority communities, hindering their ability to build wealth and perpetuating racial segregation. Redlining emerged in the 1930s with the establishment of the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which created residential security maps that graded neighborhoods based on perceived risk and desirability for lending. These maps categorized neighborhoods with best and good, areas associated with white communities, declining and hazardous areas primarily populated by Black, Latino, and other minority residents, regardless of their economic status. Although redlining was outlawed in 1968, its legacy continues to impact communities today. The effects of past discrimination are still evident in disparities in wealth, health, and access to opportunities between historically redlined areas and neighborhoods. Even to this day, redlining has made it easier to gerrymander districts along racial lines, as historic discrimination has shaped residential patterns. Redlining and gerrymandering, while distinct practices, both contribute to systemic inequality and have lasting negative impacts on communities and political representation. The reality is that partisan gerrymandering is this century's equivalent to racial discriminatory redlining. I ask that you reconsider the redistricting of new congressional maps and allow courts to settle the validity of the 2021 maps or their remedy. Thank you for allowing me to provide testimony and input.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. And all the witnesses are doing great on their 2-minute time. Thank you. The next group we'll call up will be Kathleen Thomas, Denise Palacios, Savant Moore, Kirsten Zundale, and Alfredo Arellano. Say that again. Kathleen Thomas, Denise Palacios, Savant Moore, Kirsten Zundale, and Alfredo Arellano. Who do we have? Kathleen Thomas, are you there with us? If you could unmute your mic. Okay, let's go ahead and go to Savant Moore. Mr. Moore. Savant Moore.
Yes, sir.
There, glad to see you. Please Just for the record, tell us your name and if you're representing any organization and any title you would like us to know of, and please hold your testimony to 2 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Savant Moore, a resident of the historic Fifth Ward in Houston, Texas, a trustee in HISD, and a proud constituent of Congressional District 18. I came to speak truth, not just for myself, but for generations who were counted out, cut out, and redlined out of decisions made in rooms like this. This district, CD18, was born from the struggle, drawn in 1972 as a direct result of the Voting Rights Act. It gave Black Houstonians a voice in Congress when the system tried to keep us invisible. That voice became Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, Sheila Jackson Lee, Erica Lee Carter, Sylvester Turner. It became a movement and is still speaking. So why are we here again? We're not here because of new data. We're not here because the courts asked for it. We're here because some people are uncomfortable with the strength of our leadership, with the fact that communities like mine still have the power to send someone to Washington who looks like us and fights like us. This isn't about compliance, it's about control. It's not a coincidence that the same communities you've already stripped of local control and education are the ones now being targeted for redistricting. Let me be clear. We reject any map changes of CD18 until all litigation is resolved and the 2030 census is complete. Because if this body truly believes in democracy, you will protect the districts that were created to correct generations of injustice, not erase them. We're not just fighting for fairness, we're fighting for memory, dignity, and power, but not on our watch, because we deserve more. God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you, sir, for being here. Let's go with Chair calls Kathleen Thomas. Kathleen, are you there with us? Kathleen, you might try to turn your video on and unmute yourself because we show you're there with us.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, there you are. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry for
I had the wrong cord plugged in.
That's all right. Would you please, just for the record, tell us your name, if you're representing any organization, and if there's any title you would like us to be aware of, and please try to hold your testimony to 2 minutes.
I'm Kathleen Thomas, representing myself. I live in the Hays County part of CD21, and my roots in Texas go back to before Texas was Texas. When my fifth great-grandfather fought in the Revolutionary War and then the Texas War for Independence, he was fighting against despotic rulers, and this descendant of his doesn't want his service to have been in vain. In the unprecedented 2003 redistricting by what was a new Republican majority in the Texas Ledge, then U.S. House Majority Leader DeLay argued that our congressional delegation should reflect the percentage of votes that President Bush received from Texans. I was here for all of those hearings with my 2-year-old daughter in tow. Under DeLay's formula, Republicans are already grossly overrepresented in Congress. If aligned with how Texans voted in the latest presidential election, that delegation would have 21 Republican seats and 17 Democratic ones. Instead, 28 districts were drawn to benefit mostly white Republicans, ignoring the majority of growth that came from people of color. And now you want more? The current maps are already in a lawsuit, and I have no faith that this would be any more fair. If Republicans want to have more electeds, come up with better policies that actually help people instead of hurting them, rather than cheating us out of the representation we've clearly shown we want by our presidential voting. Instead, if you do this highly unpopular president's bidding in his desperation to destroy our constitutional government and turn us into a dictatorship with no balance of power, you will be held responsible. If only Republicans can win and they continue to refuse to show any moral courage, we're doomed. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, and we're seeing this here and now. For those of us who claim to be Christian, Micah 6:8 is a scripture we'd all do well to follow. Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here with us today. Chair calls Denise Palacios.
Good morning. My name is Denise Palacios, and I'm the Texas State Lead for Climate Cabinet, testifying on the revised redistricting plan. I would like to note that these hearings and public testimony on the non-issue of redistricting have come before any kind of disaster prevention, disaster relief, or recovery legislation, while Texans are still sorting through the rubble of our most recent climate catastrophe. I was born and raised in the Rio Grande Valley and have lived here my whole life. Ahead of the creation of these maps, I asked that the legislature consider that the culture and the experiences of people here in the Rio Grande Valley are vastly different than those of folks outside of the checkpoints. Cuero cattle ranchers and sixth-generation families in East Texas face very different issues than binational first and second-generation families in Brownsville with a deeply personal relationship to the Mexico border. And yet, prior to 2021, we were in the same congressional district 34. As a former congressional and district staffer, I know firsthand that stretched out, gerrymandered congressional districts make it extremely difficult for members to visit and consult with their constituents. They strain district staff resources, and they further weaken civic engagement. Should we continue this process, a congressional member split across the state could have to decide between visiting a community hit by a hurricane or cattle ranchers hit by the epidemic of screwworms, since these two communities are 8 hours away from each other. Texans deserve proper representation and attentive representatives that have the ability to meet with all of their constituents. But our governor prefers to entertain the whims of the president, looking to squeeze out 5 partisan seats instead of prioritizing the needs of Texans devastated by floods only an hour away from the Capitol. I ask that this committee take the time to create a fair process truly inclusive of all Texans with citizen input, review, and approval, because legislators shouldn't be selecting their voters. Voters elect their legislators. I will conclude by saying that I hope that you will soon return to focusing on what truly matters in this moment, supporting Texans whose lives have been devastated by the floods, and tackling the climate crisis that caused this disaster. And I also commend you for providing Zoom access today, and I look forward to the provision of online testimonies for future bills and hearings. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions? Thank you again for being here. And Chair calls Kirsten Zundale. Kirsten Zundale?
Yep.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Great,
Perfect.
we sure can. Welcome, and if, again, you've probably heard, just state your name and if you're representing anyone, and please try to hold your testimony to about 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Kirsten Zundel. I live in Travis County in Congressional District 35, and I'm testifying on my own behalf. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm not here just to oppose a map, but to call out a betrayal of our democracy, our communities, and the people who make this state run. Across Texas, people are struggling, working multiple jobs, caring for families, surviving floods, and through it all, we're told to just keep going. But instead of drawing maps that represent us, this government draws lines that silence us. This redistricting push, ordered by Trump and carried out by Texas Republicans, isn't about fairness. It's about fear. Fear of a multiracial, working class majority that's growing stronger. Fear of a public that's tired of being shut out while billionaires and lobbyists call the shots. Texas is nearly 60% people of color, yet these maps dilute their power to protect a shrinking political elite. Who benefits? Not the workers, not the teachers, not the people still waiting for flood relief, but corporate landlords and oil billionaires. Angela Davis reminds us the idea of freedom is inconceivable without the power to reshape society, and that power lies with the multiracial working class, not the politicians and corporations rigging the system. Noam Chomsky exposed how this rigging works, a manufactured consent that turns stolen land, stolen labor, and stolen votes into policy. These hearings, these maps, they're tactics. Representation should serve the people, not protect the powerful. You may not fear today's testimony, or tomorrow, or yesterday, but you should fear the movement that's coming, because this is not your state to rule. This is your state to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Alfredo Arellano.
Yes, my name is Alfredo Rellano. I'm representing myself. I'm currently a resident of Maverick County. I'm 24 years old and I understand the importance of politics. With that being said, I would like to emphasize and stress I'm in strong support of redrawing the congressional district maps because it is time that Hispanic Republicans in particular have the representation that I feel they desperately deserve, need, and wanted. When we look at the results of the last presidential election, we saw that based off exit polls, President Trump won about 55% of the Latino vote. Senator Cruz won about 52% of the Latino vote. But yet, when we look at the maps and how many congressional Republicans that are Hispanic represent Hispanic districts is significantly low, particularly in the Valley area. Because there's a lot of people that are talking right now that this is going to dilute the minority vote, the Hispanic vote, that Hispanics don't want this, nobody wanted this. Well, nobody asked me until right now. And I think it's time that we draw the maps to look like us because under the Voting Rights Act, we actually saw that we can go ahead and make minority conservative districts, especially if there is a specific area of Hispanic individuals that tend to vote the same, which in this case would be Republican. Because a lot of people say that Hispanics vote Democrat. My county is the exact opposite of that. We're 58,000 in population. Our CVAP is 94.1%. And the top three federal Republicans, Tony Gonzalez, Ted Cruz, and Donald Trump won 57% of the vote here in 94.1% Hispanic Maverick County. And so that's why I believe that we need to redraw the maps to look like us. And that is what we are doing as Hispanics. We are shifting more in wanting to vote for the more conservative candidate. Even with the Democrats that are elected, they tend to be blue dog and conservative Democrats. And so that's why redrawing the maps is very important. And, you know, like I said, in our county, for our congressional race, the only candidate out of all the parties that we have, the two political parties, Tony Gonzalez, the Republican, was the only candidate that won all 16 of our precincts. And again, we're 94.1% Hispanic. So I urge the Texas Senate and the Texas House to go ahead and redraw the maps to look like our communities, not just create Hispanic majority districts, but Hispanic conservative districts. So thank you to the Texas Senate Committee for your time, and God bless.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Sir, thank you for being here today. I'm going to call up the next list. Would be Heidi Bray, John Shepard, Josh Robbins, Cheryl O'Brien, and Ryan Cook. Let me say that again. Heidi Bray, John Shepard, Josh Robbins, Cheryl O'Brien, and Ryan Cook.
Parties that we have, the two.
Mr. Shepard.
Good morning or afternoon. I appreciate the time to testify. My name is John Shepard. I live in Representative Lloyd Doggett's district, probably the most redistricted man in Congress.
Okay. Are you representing an organization today or just yourself?
On behalf of myself and the people of South Austin and Central
Welcome.
Texas. I won't take the full two minutes. I just wanted to express my dismay and disappointment at the expense and time being wasted on such an unnecessary action. The census is the time to redistrict the state, and in between the partisan gerrymandering helps no one other than those that it unrightfully helps. And I wish that we would devote more time to the necessary problems that need to be addressed, flood control being foremost among them. I wish that this would be reconsidered by the governor as a special charge and that you guys wouldn't have to be there wasting your time. But more importantly, like I mentioned, the expense of carrying on a special session for reasons that aren't really important to the majority of Texans. But the gerrymandering that's occurred in the past has allowed it to where a small minority has taken over the control of the state to the detriment of the majority's wills. I appreciate the time to testify. And again, I hope you guys can wrap this up quick and get to work on things that are really important.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Members, are there any questions? Thank you again for being here. Heidi Bray. Chair calls Heidi Bray.
Here I am. Hold on one second. Starting my video. Can you see me?
We can see you.
The Republican was the only candidate.
Hello to the Senate committee. Thank you for hearing my voice today. Yet none of us should be talking at all about redistricting.
Ms. Bray,
We should be. Yes.
Forgive me for interrupting, but just to make sure we've got the record correct, are you representing yourself or an organization today?
Myself.
Great, thank you. Please proceed. I'm sorry for interrupting.
That's okay. Sorry for jumping in. Yet none of us should be talking at all about redistricting. We should be talking about the disastrous flooding that has cost 139 people's lives and 18 billion, makes me cry every time I have to say this, in damages and economic loss. Texas just received 11 billion in reimbursements from the federal government for our border spending. The legislature did not appropriate or count on this money. So why not give these funds to all those who are affected by the horrific disaster? Greg Abbott has millions appropriated in most recent budget bill for discretionary use, which means he is deciding not to spend that on flood warning systems. That is what we should be also talking about today. While he and all the Republicans are doing is kneeling to, I feel, my personal opinion, a king and a felon. You are following orders to pick up 5 seats through redistricting. Does that not sound exactly like the phone call that the felon made to the Georgia Secretary of State Board to find 11,780 more votes? At least the Georgia Secretary stood strong for democracy. Abbott, and it seems like all of you no longer stand for our democracy. You stand for this fascist regime, a regime that only knows how to win is by cheating now. You could not wait a normal 10 years period before you began gerrymandering as you did in 2021. At least then you let all districts have a voice. Now you're only letting Austin, Dallas, and Houston have one and rushing through it in 30 days, not allowing the 1.4 million in the Rio Grande or in the San Antonio area, Jefferson County. They are not being represented. You want to pass a map that we haven't seen yet. My main question is, why has there not been a map shown? Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. Members, are there any questions? Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Josh Robbins, chair calls Josh Robbins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, if you would, just please state your name, sir, and if you're representing any organization or representing yourself.
My name is Josh Robbins, and I'm just representing myself. I'm going to keep it short because I honestly don't think I have anything to say here that anyone else has not said, especially Ms. Alvarado, who I applaud for her her words this morning. I will share my story that I live in Austin, and but I grew up in Cleburne, and which is up in Johnson County, south of Fort Worth. And when I moved down here to Austin, I was very excited to not live in a place that was so rigid and not to sound partisan here, but very conservative, not necessarily in the political sense. I got all the way down here, 3-hour drive, moved into my new apartment and found that I was being represented by a representative in Cleburne, Texas. So I'm all for redistricting, but maybe not in the way that this agenda item is calling for. That's all I've got to say. Thank you. I hope y'all will do the right thing and drop this thing, get back to working on things that serve the citizens of Texas, not just Donald Trump. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Okay, next the chair will call Ryan Cook.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
We can barely hear you.
Mr. Cook, we can barely hear you. Can
you hear
speak
me?
up? Yes, that's
Maybe
better.
here.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, or I'm sorry. Do you need me to state my name and all that?
Yes, please state your name and your position on the legislation, and if you represent yourself, please indicate so.
Yes, sir. My name's Ryan Cook, and I'm just representing myself today. May I begin?
You can begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Cook, and I serve as a Republican precinct chair in Nacogdoches County. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to raise a concern about Congressional District 17, which currently includes Nacogdoches County. With today's hearing focused on Central Texas, I felt it was the right time to share my perspective on a district that, quite frankly, does not reflect our community's geography or identity. I support the redistricting plan and appreciate the work this committee is doing to create a new map for our state. I offer this recommendation as a good faith suggestion to improve the current map that we have. As it stands, District 17 stretches from Nacogdoches to Waco and then all the way down to Round Rock in Williamson County. That's a span of 211 miles and a 4-hour drive. I have great respect for Congressman Pete Sessions, who works hard to serve his constituents, but it's unreasonable to expect effective representation in a district that covers such a broad and disconnected region. The district also fails the basic redistricting principle of compactness. Stretching across vastly different parts of our state, from the piney woods of East Texas to the suburbs of Austin, this district lacks geographic cohesion. It simply doesn't make sense for Nacogdoches, a deeply rooted East Texas community, culturally, economically, and historically, to be placed in the same congressional district as part of Austin's outer metro. An East Texas county should be in an East Texas district. Furthermore, I want to emphasize historical precedent. For 3 decades, Nacogdoches County was part of Texas's 1st district. That alignment made sense. By placing Nacogdoches back in the 1st district, we would not only ensure more consistent representation with our neighboring East Texas counties, but we would also contribute to a cleaner, more logical map. This change would reduce the burden on our congressmen, better reflect our regional identity, and strengthen the integrity of the map overall.
Mr.
Thank
Cook,
you, everyone, for
that
your
would
time
be
and
your
consideration.
time.
I appreciate the work.
Thank you very much, sir. Members, any questions for Mr. Cook? With no further questions, thank you, Mr. Cook, for your testimony. Next, members, we have an entirely new panel, and first the chair will call Carol Phillipson, Monique Stallings, Antonio Holverstadt, Amy Liebert. Also, George Patron.
Hello.
Please state your name, sir, and you have 1 minute to testify. 2 minutes, excuse me, sir. 2 minutes to testify.
Hello, my name is Antonio Holverstadt, and I am speaking on behalf of myself. I want to say that partisan gerrymandering and other forms of gerrymandering have been and are a plague upon local, state, and federal politics. Partisan and other forms of gerrymandering have led and does lead to socio-political marginalization, ostracization, violence, and repression of other political viewpoints and groups that can help bring reform. And partisan and other forms of gerrymandering contribute to electoral authoritarianism. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Any questions? If not, we will proceed.
Socio-political marginalization, ostracization, violence, and repression of other political viewpoints and groups that can help bring reform.
Yes, please, for this panel,
could
you please mute for any background noise? Thank you very much. Carol Phillipson.
Socio-political marginalization, ostracization, violence, and repression.
Let's go to Monique.
Monique Stallings.
Help bring reform.
Yes, please, for this panel,
could you
please mute?
Carol, we're going to place you back in the weight room.
Ms. Phillipson, we're going to place you back in the waiting room.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Phillipson, we can hear you.
For this panel, please join us here.
Ms. Phillipson, unfortunately, your background noise is preventing us from hearing your testimony at this time. We're going to place you back in the waiting room, and we'll call you again on the next panel. Please be sure to mute any background noise, and for future witnesses that are in the waiting room, please address this as well for expediency with the committee and for those that are waiting to testify. Ms. Stallings, please proceed with your testimony. Thank you. Please unmute and then proceed with your testimony, Ms. Stallings.
While she sorts that out, let's go to
George Patron, if you can hear us, please proceed with your testimony.
Yes, thank you to the Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting for this opportunity. I'm Colonel Retired Army Dr. George Patron. Spent over 23 years in the military, representing healthcare for military families, and now on retirement, I represent all citizens to try to improve healthcare processes. I represent myself first and foremost. Secondly, those who live at my residence in the zip code 78218, Bexar County, Northeast San Antonio, my wife and my mother-in-law. I am an independent. I've always been so for 50 plus years of voting. This means I have always voted for the best person possible for the position or office under consideration. I have never voted along strict party lines. I represent myself first until now. Those who live at my residence in the zip code 78218, Bexar County, Northeast San Antonio. My wife and I'm hearing an echo. Is there a reason for that?
It should be good now, Mr. Patron. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Plus years of voting. This means I have always, I'm still hearing myself talk. I've got everything muted.
For anyone else waiting to testify, please mute for background noise. Ms. Stallings, that continues to be you. Please continue to mute.
Okay, looks good. Again, I've always been an independent and they haven't voted party lines, but I cannot in good conscience vote for any Republican running today under the current circumstances. The current Republican Party doesn't represent any of my interests or values, none. And that includes this current issue. Texas is already a severely gerrymandered state and does not need it to be done again at 5 years out in this power grab to get even more conservatives in office. I really appreciate the three senators, Alvarado, Miles, Hinojosa, who spoke earlier in introducing themselves to be clearer on their concerns on this. I've been educated by this session, so thank you, committee, for allowing those of us citizens who you work for to be able to be find out what it means to be race blind and the 3/5 rule. We're already severely gerrymandered. I'm not in favor of a new special redistricting plan at the present time, unless, like the prior witnesses, we make it so that it really represents the people of the geographic area. As a white privileged male, I am embarrassed to be in that category because I see people I've represented in retirement not being represented to be able to get their needs met. So Republicans currently representing me in the House and Senate do not represent me. When I write to them, call them, I get no response at all, and they continue to vote 180 degrees opposite from the way I feel and what I'd like to see happen.
Thank you, Mr. Patron. Your time has expired. Appreciate your testimony. Very much appreciate it. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Monique Stallings, please proceed with your testimony. Thank you. Amy Liebert, please proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amy Liebert. I'm representing myself. Thank you for the chairs, senators, and members of the committee. I'm here not as a political operative or legal expert, but as a concerned citizen and proud Texan to express my strong opposition to redistricting efforts and the special session that aims to gerrymander our districts even further for political gain. The United States Constitution guarantees each citizen the right to vote and to equal representation. The 14th and 15th Amendments make clear that this right cannot be denied or diluted, but when political leaders manipulate maps to protect their power instead of reflect the people, that right is violated. Senate Bill 1, passed in 2021, made it harder for Texans to vote by banning drive-through and 24-hour voting, methods that supported participation by working families, the elderly, and communities of color. Now, instead of expanding access and fairness, we are trying to redraw maps that further suppress the popular will. Texas has 38 congressional seats. Republicans hold 25 of them. Democrats hold 12. And yet 46.5% of Texan voters identified as Democrats compared to the 38% as Republicans. This is not fair representation. It's political engineering, and it's wrong. As the late Carl Sagan wisely said, in a democracy, disagreements are welcome, but they must be honest disagreements. This process is not honest. It is designed to silence disagreements by distorting the people's voice. In the words of James Madison, the people are the only legitimate fountain of power. And if we believe that to be true, then let us ensure our redistricting process honors that power, not diminishes it. Thank you for allowing me to speak and be part of this democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liebert. Ms. Stallings, we'll proceed with you if you're able to unmute. There you go. And please proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Monique Stallings, and I am with the Bexar County Democratic Party, but today I'm representing myself. And I'm here today basically to speak on basically reiterating what everyone has been saying about the redistricting as well as the gerrymandering. And I want to start with a scripture from Ecclesiastes verse 7. It says there's a time to speak and there's a time to be quiet. And right now I'm speaking among other people in reference to this redistricting. Since the foundation of this United States, there has always been a thing dealing with racial bias. Regardless of what the president of this United States is saying, regardless of what other leaders are saying, it is not so. I have a degree in psychology, a BS in psychology, as well as a graduate certificate in healthcare management. And I say this to say this. Statistics are always being done. And based on statistics, that now the population is the Latino community. They are the majority nationwide. Then it is the Black, African American, multicultural race, which is the next. Then we have the Anglos and the Europeans, and we know that they are the minority. Yet, and I'm not being racial about this, but we have to bring equality, and we have to be honest that they are the minority, but yet they are the ones that are ruling everything. And it's a time that this has to change. So by President of this United States that has brought this to Texas, it has also brought up the cries and the tears of everyone in this Texas state to start speaking up and to take the law that states that, that the 15th Amendment to the United States Constitution prohibits racial voting discrimination. But yet we have had this and we see this time and time and time again.
Thank you, Ms. Stallings. That would be your time frame on the clock.
I'm sorry.
Appreciate
Thank you for your time and listening to what I had to say.
And your time today. Thank you, Miss. Members, any questions for Ms. Stallings? Thank you. At this time, we will call Carol Phillipson, Rachel Preston. Chair calls Ashley Jones, Teresa Hall, Norma Laird, and Whitney Rowlett. Thank you.
Is that what I need to press?
If you want to turn on your video.
At this time, Ms. Phillipson, you can begin.
It's not working.
They may have control of it from their side.
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Phillipson, we can hear you
good.
now. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Carol Phillips, and I'm representing myself. And I live in Austin, Texas. Please do not redistrict. How can this be done when the 2021 redistricting plan is... okay. My name is Carol Phillipson. I'm representing myself. Okay, good. All right, thank you. All right.
Ms. Laird, if you would proceed while Ms. Phillips connection difficulties.
Okay, is that better?
Hi, my name is Norma Laird, and I'd like to take a second to introduce myself. My father was an Air Force retiree, and he retired to Austin, Texas, taught at the University of, actually the St. Edward's University, and I grew up in Travis Heights. I went to UT. I got my master's at Texas State. I love Lady Bird Johnson and wildflowers. I'm currently a retired teacher. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. And I have concerns about Central Texas. The Uvalde shootings really made me cognizant of the need to really look at having stronger control over firearms. It's important to me that we have a strong FEMA to handle things like our flood situation. Austin Airport is in real need of air comptrollers, and we need to strengthen that system. We need to strengthen FEMA. These are concerns of Central Texas. In other words, every community has needs that are near and dear to their heart. As a teacher, special needs students, there's a huge need for federal support. I need representatives who stand for what is near and dear to my heart. The environment, beautiful Central Texas, safe skies, FEMA, education, the environment, and being physically responsible, not throwing our country into trillions of dollars of debt. And I'm concerned about that. I'm the 9th out of 9 kids. I worked since I was 14 years old. I paid my way through school. Every community and every person needs to be able to strengthen their community, and we should be able to do that through our representatives. Cutting up the districts.
Thank you for your testimony. That would be the end of your time.
Cutting up the districts.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Ashley Jones, please unmute and provide your testimony. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ashley Jones. I am a Texan who's testifying on behalf of myself. Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. I want to begin by stating that I think that this is a gross misuse of time, attention, and the public trust that's been placed in this body. The fact that Texans are facing real challenges right now. Flood recovery being one of the most urgent. I would much rather see my elected representatives focusing on rebuilding communities than spending your time and energy granting political favors to President Trump. At the beginning of these hearings, Senator Hinojosa rightly pointed out that redistricting was already completed in 2021. There's been no new census, no new demographic data. So there's really no justification for redistricting now. The only clear explanation for why we're sitting here, why we're having this conversation, is a partisan one. This process appears to be designed to entrench power even further by disenfranchising minority voters. We've heard so many people speaking before this body today saying the same thing. I've heard almost no one who wants this to happen. I think there was maybe one person who testified in support out of everyone who you've heard so far. This is not only unethical, it's unconstitutional. The current maps are already being challenged in court, and I feel that this process is actually trying to sort of double down on the mistakes that Texas has already made with its redistricting and gerrymandering. I know that many of you, most of whom aren't sitting in your chairs right now, but hopefully you'll hear what I have to say anyway, are ethical public servants, people who care about both our state and our country. So today, I hope that, I'm appealing not just to your legal duty under the Constitution, but also your conscience, that this is the wrong thing to do. A recent poll by Z2A Research found that 63% of likely voters, 41% of who are Republicans, believe that redrawing is
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
unnecessary.
That would be your time frame. Appreciate your testimony very much. Members, any questions? Thank you so much. Whitney Rowlett, please proceed. Please state your name and your position on the legislation and your who you represent, if anyone other than yourself. Please proceed.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Whitney Rowlett. I'm representing myself, and thank you to the committee chair, vice chairs, and all the committee members for this opportunity to speak. I live in Representative Lloyd Gaggett's district in North Austin, and this is an area that is continually in danger of being redistricted. I have been a member of multiple districts during my tenure in Austin, and every time that we've changed districts, it's been purely for partisan purposes. I am appalled that we're even speaking about this unprecedented redistricting during a time when we should be discussing both disaster recovery and preparation in the face of continued climate change and instability. This is an unprecedented attempt at mid-decade redistricting without updated census data, without demographics, without being shown the proposed redistricting map. And all of this is going to be at the expense of representation of people of color. Many of my fellow Texans have spoken in a far more eloquent way today on the details of why this particular proposal is so abhorrent. And I wholeheartedly support measures that are being taken that are for the benefit and accurate representation of the people of Texas. Voters across the state are being disenfranchised in multiple ways, and this attempt at blatant partisan gerrymandering further exasperates voter access to our opportunities for fair representation. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Sorry, forgot to turn my mic back on, but thank you for being here today. Members, are there any questions? Seeing none, chair calls Rachel Preston.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
We sure can. Thank you. As you know, just please state your name and if you're representing any organization, and please try to hold it to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Rachel Preston. I'm a public school teacher in the Austin area, testifying on my own behalf against redistricting efforts. I live in Congressional District 37. I would also like to thank you for the opportunity to testify. Even though I was at the Capitol for 10 or 11 hours yesterday, I was not permitted to testify in person at the House committee because of the imposed time limit.
Well, we're glad you're here.
I'm here today so you hear me when I say, I'm sorry?
I said we're glad you're here today.
Thank you. I'm here today so you hear me when I say I'm against even exploring redistricting. And I'm outraged that my state is taking these actions to strip legally elected representation from Texans and erase the outcome of fair elections. My vote is my voice, It's the most powerful way I can shape the world around me because it's the only way I can directly affect the policies enacted by my government at all levels. I'm here today because I want Texas to be a place where all voices are heard. I want us to stand up and say that we are not going to change our districts on a whim. We're not going to change our districts to dilute or take away the voice of minorities. Instead of changing the rules to trample on the rights of Texans, I want my government to expand access to the polls to encourage more of us to lift our voices and participate in the process. Because government should empower the people, not disenfranchise and silence them. At a minimum, government should do no harm, but when done right, it makes lives better by working for the people. I'm also here today as someone who grew up proud to be a Texan. I'm proud of all my roots, but I always felt a different kind of pride knowing that my family has lived in this state for 8 generations. I want Texas to set a positive example for the rest of the country by taking care of our community. We are in a time of crisis, and we should be focused on helping our neighbors recover, rebuild, and start moving on from the horrible flooding this month. I therefore implore you to listen to your constituents. Early redistricting on a political whim of the president is callous, calculated, and a blatantly partisan effort to diminish or take away the power of my vote, to silence my voice, and to suppress my rights as a citizen of the United States and resident of Texas. This is tyranny of the worst kind rather than democracy. My neighbors and I, regardless of the color of our skin, regardless of our background, deserves a chance to raise our voices and vote in fairly drawn districts. As your constituent, I respectfully ask you this service. Show the world that we do have integrity and respect for our community by rejecting the changes to our current district maps. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here today. Chair calls.
Thank you, and thank you to Senator Creighton and Senator Paxton. I've had the pleasure of testifying before you before in the Education Committee.
Good, good. Chair calls Teresa Hall. Teresa Hall.
Hi there. Hi there. Sorry, had to unmute. Thank.
Looks like, Ms. Hall, you're having some technical difficulty. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room for just a minute. Your screen froze, and I bet it's an internet issue. We'll call you back up in just a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call the next panel, and I'll include Ms. Hall again so we can get her back up. The next group will be Danielle McClelland, Idona Griffith, Michelle Venegas Matula, Joan Carney, and Dwayne Idela. Say that again, Dwayne Idela, Joan Carney, Michelle Venegas Matula, Idona Griffith, and Danielle McClelland.
Idona Griffith.
And
Michelle.
if everybody could please make sure that you're muted, otherwise we're going to hear it in the background here. And Teresa Hall. So let's go first with Danielle McClelland.
Michelle Venegas Matula, Idona Griffith, and Danielle McClelland.
Folks, someone that's in the waiting room with us has their it doesn't have their system muted. If you would please mute that. All right. Let's go ahead and start with Danielle McClelland. Ms. McClelland, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We sure can. And if you would just tell us your name and if you're representing any
Thank you.
organization.
Hello, my name is Danielle McClelland, and I live in the Claremont neighborhood in Dallas, Congressional District 32. I'm here to strongly oppose the legislature's attempt to redraw congressional districts mid-census. Let's be honest about what this is. It's not about population changes or good governance. It's about power, shifting representation away from communities of color to protect political interests. It's a deliberate and deeply undemocratic move that echoes Texas's long history of racial gerrymandering. The way districts are drawn determines whether we get leaders who represent our interests or who ignore them. And we are already seeing the consequences when elected officials no longer answer to the people they serve. And that's exactly why redistricting matters. We also know that access to health care is under threat. Dallas County has one of the highest uninsured rates in the nation. The recent federal tax bill passed by the narrowest margin could kick even more Texans off Medicaid. That bill reflects a Congress that does not reflect us. If our communities had real representation, that bill might not have passed. And now this legislature is holding redistricting hearings without even releasing the maps to the public. That is not how a democracy is supposed to function. I'm calling on this committee to do its job on behalf of all Texans, not on behalf of party leaders, lobbyists, or outside influences. You work for the people. We expect a transparent, inclusive, and fair redistricting process. And so I'm asking for the following. Make sure to hold public hearings after the maps are released, but before they're passed out of committee. Provide at least 5 days notice so the public has time to review those maps. Require that lawmakers and whoever drew the map explain how and why the maps were drawn, and preserve all records and communications related to redistricting. No deleted files, no hidden conversations. Again, this is your opportunity to break from Texas's discriminatory past and to do what's right for everyone. The public is paying attention and will remember how you choose to handle this process. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. And I noticed you're testifying from your car, which I think is great because I wanted this to be convenient for everybody. And it came across fine. Thank you so much. Members, are there any questions? Well, thank you. Let's try Teresa Hall again. Teresa Hall.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We sure can. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry about that earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairs, and members of the committee. My name is Teresa Hall. I'm in Representative Lloyd Doggett's district. I'm a proud resident of Austin, Texas. I'm representing myself. I spent decades in working in healthcare, serving in my community, and advocating for the well-being of others. That work was deeply personal and meaningful to me until life took an unexpected turn. After contracting COVID-19, I developed long COVID and dysautonomia, chronic conditions that completely changed my daily reality. I went from being a full-time healthcare worker to navigating an exhausting maze of medical appointments, treatments, and limitations. My health challenges have reshaped my life, but they've also made me even more passionate about speaking up, especially when our democracy is under threat. Today I'm here because I am deeply concerned about the push for mid-decade redistricting in our state, a move that is clearly designed to serve a national agenda, specifically that of Donald Trump, not the people of Texas. Redistricting is supposed to happen every 10 years after census. That's the standard, and for good reason. It's a process rooted in fairness and population data, not political maneuvering. The redraw of the lines mid-decade because the political winds have shifted is not only unethical, it's a direct attack on democratic representation. As someone who has had to fight just to be seen and heard in the healthcare system, I know what it's like to be ignored by those in power. I also know how critical it is for all of us, especially people of marginalized communities, to have our voices count at the ballot box. Mid-decade redistricting threats silences Black and Brown voters, working class families, people with disabilities, and anyone who doesn't fit neatly into a partisan power map. Texans deserve leaders who focus on what truly matters: public health, education, affordability, and equity, not backroom redistricting games to serve a political figure who no longer holds office. We deserve transparency, consistency, and fairness, not moving the goalposts every time the scoreboard changes. I urge you to reject the blatant power grab, stand with the people, not party politics, say no to mid-decade redistricting. Texas deserves better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience in getting that worked out. Members, do you have any questions for the witness? Seeing none, Chair calls Idona Griffith. Idona Griffith.
I'm here.
There you are.
I'm here.
Welcome.
There I am.
Please, if you would please state your name and if you're representing any organization.
Thank you. My name is Idona Griffith. I live in Austin, Texas, 78750, and I'm representing myself on this issue. I'm a woman, a mother, a retired teacher, and I've been a proud Texan for nearly 75 years. But right now, I'm not very proud. In fact, I'm disgusted and angry and ashamed. 4 years ago, this body adopted new congressional maps, which at that time, the majority of the members claimed were drawn fairly and without racial prejudice. I believe that colorblind is the term that was used. Now the DOJ is claiming that 4 majority-minority districts were racially gerrymandered at that time and that they must be withdrawn so that the felon-in-chief can pick up more votes from Texas. This is not what democracy looks like. In fact, this redistricting effort is taking place without even having maps that are visible to the public. The people of this state are not being fully represented in this process. Texans should know that this whole thing is not just about redistricting to gain more seats for a single election. It is about voting rights and is an attempt to further dismantle our democracy. And here in Texas, where we claim to be strong and independent, our governor is following orders from the felon-in-chief, with this body meekly complying. At a time when the legislative work of the state should be about adequate flood relief and disaster mitigation, this body is playing political games. I am ashamed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. And it looked like you were outside. Is that right?
I am, sir. Our granddaughter turned 16 this week. So my husband, I took her to lunch, and I'm going to have to explain to her why I bolted from the table.
Well, we're just glad you were able to still carry on your day today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any questions? Well, thank you, and tell your granddaughter happy birthday. I'd
Thank you
sing,
so
but that'd be a
much.
little too much, I think. So,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Chair calls Joan Carney. Joan Carney.
Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Welcome.
Good. I'm Joan Carney from Lago Vista Hill Country, and I'm representing myself. I'm here, like others, to ask, why are we even here today? Just 3 weeks ago, floods killed 135 Texans. Instead of redistricting, why aren't we looking for solutions to the floods that left so many families grieving? I was going to talk about some of them, but then I changed my mind. Instead, some serious questions have been raised today about constitutional issues regarding the July 7 DOJ letter, and whether what they are asking the Texas legislature to do is unconstitutional. I support Senator Alvarado's request to bring the DOJ letter writer in to explain, and to do that even if a subpoena is necessary. This should be done as quickly as possible, given the DOJ deadline of August 7 and its implied threat. We don't even know what that is because the lawyer hasn't said. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Seeing none, chair calls Michelle Venegas Matula.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Thanks. And if you just tell us your name for the record and if you're representing any organization today.
Yeah, so I'm Michelle Venegas Matula, and I'm representing myself as well as Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministry, where I serve as the congregational organizer and acting director for the statewide faith-rooted network representing Unitarian Universalists and non-UU friends across Texas, where we're committed to equity, democracy, and justice for all people. And protecting democracy and voting rights is an issue that we're very concerned about. So we strongly oppose using the special session on redistricting. Texas just redrew its maps in 2021, and we're still waiting for the outcome on those maps that were challenged on racial discrimination. Redoing the process now with no public maps, limited notice, and restricted testimony is not normal. In fact, it's morally indefensible. Let's be honest about why we're here. This redistricting session is not about fair representation. It is being pushed by a federal political agenda that wants 5 more seats in the U.S. House by breaking apart our Black, Latino, and Asian communities, a direct attack on the Voting Rights Act, and the voices of Texans of color. Politicians should not get to pick their voters. Voters should be the ones picking and choosing our politicians to represent us. And in the meantime, Texas is still recovering from catastrophic floods, a mass casualty event made worse by years of underfunded emergency preparedness. Even our UU youth camp is in the same area, and it was just sheer luck that we had wrapped up camp just the week before. Families are deeply grieving and trying their best to rebuild, yet our leaders are spending tax dollars on political power grabs instead of saving lives. And while this is happening, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill threatens to cut health care and food assistance for hundreds of thousands of Texans, including in rural areas. Rural hospitals are already on the brink. Even in Washington County, where my in-laws live, the labor and delivery unit is again possibly closing. The birthplace of Texas will have no place for Texans to give birth. So why aren't we addressing these real crises?
All right, I'm gonna need
So
to
we
cut,
just
cut you
call
off
for
at that point.
transparency, fair maps, and independent redistricting commission that reflects the dignity and diversity of all Texans. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, are there any questions? Thank you for being here today.
Yes, Dwayne.
Chair calls Dwayne Adela.
Idella.
Thank you. Welcome. If you just tell us your name and if you're representing any organization.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne Idella. I'm a resident of San Marcos, Texas, District 21, and speaking for myself, I'm also a United States Marine. I asked to speak today because I believe that the actions under consideration by this committee violates the oaths that both you and I took as elected representatives and as a member of the armed services. I expect under our Constitution that I, as a citizen, have the right to choose my elected representatives and not to have those who have been or want to be elected get to choose who can vote for him to elect him or her. I have with me a cap that I wear on national holidays celebrating the history of this country. It identifies me as a Marine Corps veteran. The cap also says, earned, never given. I believe this body should consider that statement. It appears to me that the action being considered is really close to, quote, stolen, not really elected. I strongly request that you, as elected Texas senators, look to your sworn oaths and not further expand the disenfranchisement of a large portion of Texas citizens. If anything, you should be working to get us back to the intended meaning of one person, one vote. Finally, in the Marines, there is a hand-to-hand combat term of weapon of opportunity. The Texas Republican Party may think that this abnormal redistricting being considered is such a weapon. I would ask and warn you to consider that this action may be turned back against them. The current federal administration's actions over the past 7 months, combined with its insulting gerrymandering of an already unfair districting map, has a high probability of turning your recent supporters into enlightened citizens who realize that they are being played instead of being supported. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service as well. Members, any questions? Hearing none, let me call up the next panel. Alicia Butler, Jane Chamberlain, Santiago Hernandez Jr., and Lauro Zuniga. Let me say that again. Alicia Butler, Jane Chamberlain, Santiago Hernandez Jr., Lauro Zuniga. Alicia Butler, do we have you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. Please state your name and if you're representing any organization.
My name's Alicia Butler, and I'm here on my own behalf. I'm a fifth generation Texan and a licensed Texas lawyer that I've been for nearly 29 years. And I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed redistricting that's in direct response to President Trump's publicly reported request that you create 5 more Republican congressional seats in Texas. Where I live in Austin, we have been bounced back and forth over the years between congressional districts in some of the most cynical gerrymandering in the whole United States. And I am absolutely furious that anyone is preparing to try that again to create safe seats for the president's yes men by silencing Black and Hispanic voters. And I've been around long enough to know that some of you, and you're the ones that I'm speaking to right now, don't care about unfairly diluting anybody's votes. In fact, that's what the governor's goal is for this redistricting. As you know, many Texans are outraged by this Congress who just voted to give us a $3.4 trillion deficit and kick 10 million people off of health insurance at President Trump's request. And Governor Abbott has proposed redistricting to make sure that we get more of the same. Governor Abbott and President Trump rightfully fear the pendulum swinging back, and redistricting is a desperate plan to rig this game to adapt the electorate to President Trump's blatantly white supremacist political agenda instead of developing a Republican agenda that serves the will and the benefit of all Texans. It's completely obvious to anybody watching this process that it's nothing more than an effort to hand more power to President Trump and further erode his accountability. So I'm not going to talk process or data because, frankly, I don't think it matters to some of you. I'm going to instead encourage you, as you prepare your votes, to ask yourselves in your heart of hearts, do I want to tie my name and my fate to Jeffrey Epstein's buddy? Do I want to keep carrying water for someone foolish enough to sue Rupert Murdoch, the owner of Fox News? Because we, the people of Texas, will remember if you stood up with the child predators and the white supremacists and the billionaires, or if you stood with the hardworking, decent people of our state. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Jane Chamberlain. Ms. Chamberlain, are you with us? Let's try Santiago Hernandez Jr. Mr. Hernandez? How about Lauro Zuniga?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please, thank you for being here. Please proceed.
Yeah, of course. My name is Alberto Zuniga, and I will be representing myself. Hello, committee members and fellow Texans. My name is Lauro Alberto Zuniga, and I am a social worker representing myself in Congressional District 34 in the state of Texas. I live in La Paloma, a beautiful, predominantly Latino neighborhood nestled right next to the Rio Grande in San Benito, Texas. I come here to voice my concerns about the lack of transparency and rushing of redistricting congressional maps and how it could directly impact my neighborhood and my life. As a gay Latino, many of the issues discussed in Congress impact me directly as both a person and as a caretaker for my aging parents. For the Texas legislature to engage in mid-decade redistricting efforts to appease a destructive president has real consequences for real taxpayers, such as myself. I asked the Texas legislature to wait until all litigation is settled and more accurate census data is provided to redraw maps with the assistance of an independent commission. If these illegal maps come to pass, I and many others around our district and state will be feeling the evil effects of cruel policies for the rest of our lives by never seeing an end to student loan debt, worrying about healthcare costs with Medicaid being cut, economic uncertainty due to the attacks on our social safety nets, and worse, not having appropriate representation in Congress, all because politicians cannot win fairly solely on their policy positions. I want real representation in Congress, not an imposed congressperson who votes against my well-being. Is cruelty the point of all this? Is the function of government to squash the life out of its citizens? My guess is yes, considering the deprioritization of relief for flood-affected families and the hyperfixation on gerrymandering. Shame on you. However, I believe in a government that prioritizes its most vulnerable and one that is focused on enhancing well-being and ensuring all Americans prosper. That's what's at stake with these redistricting efforts, and I hope my fellow Texans continue to raise their voice against this unjust power grab. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Members, any questions? Seeing none, chair calls, I want to try again, Jane Chamberlain.
Hello?
There you are.
Can you hear
Welcome.
me? Yeah.
If you would please tell us your name and if you're representing any organization here today.
My name is Jane Chamberlain, and I'm District 37. I'm an Austin grandma representing my family.
Welcome. Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. I've learned such a lot from the expert witnesses here today. Thank you so much. I keep hearing the question, why are we here? And I think the answer is that this country is undergoing an unprecedented and unbelievable assault on our rule of law, our citizens and immigrants, and the very structure of our government. And we're here because the increasingly unpopular leader who's directing this travesty is afraid somebody might be mad at him. We've watched Republicans. Now this assault on democracy hurts everybody. We've watched Republicans who represent small towns or rural areas fighting to keep control of their public schools, which is the principal community center for a small and scattered population. Some of you resisted heroically the push to exchange that autonomy for a profit-based education system until your governor showed you what happens when you persist. And if we want Christianity to be in charge of Texas from now on, let's at least use Jesus's crucial update to the old commandments from Matthew 22. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment, and the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And y'all learned in Sunday school that your neighbor's not so much the guy who wears your same hat as those others who are most in need. We've tried to build a consensus of decency and respect for others that with the rule of law help protect our pursuit of happiness. In this special session, I ask you to think deeply about what you could possibly gain from consenting to the loss of this precious legacy. And please don't ever forget to love your neighbor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for being here. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none,
We need to do them again.
let me try Santiago Hernandez Jr. one more time.
Yes, I am here.
There you are. Great. Please tell us your name for the record and if you're representing any organization, and then begin your testimony.
Yes, my name is Santiago Hernandez Jr., and I'm just representing myself today. Chairman King, members, thank you for the opportunity to testify against the proposed redistricting efforts, which I believe will dilute the voice of communities like mine. As I prepared for these remarks, I kept asking myself, how can I convince them, in 2 minutes to reconsider this, which jeopardizes fair representation? I mean, should I mention that this process is rushed and does not give every Texan the opportunity to voice their position? Maybe I can mention that we're still puzzled as to why we need to redistrict our current maps if there are race blind, and yet nobody has provided a clear explanation as to why this is necessary, or doesn't know the contradictions and concerns we have with this process. As people before me have testified and people afterwards will reiterate, we don't need this and we don't want this. I mean, what more do we as your constituents have to say to make it clear that we don't need this and we don't want this? Like I said, I can't help but feel frustrated that it feels that you all are hearing but not listening to us. Mr. Chair, while you introduced Senate Resolution 5, you said, and I quote, "Well, I'm not sure that there's anything to rectify to begin with." I've watched and rewatched Senate floor debate from July 21st. I listened to testimony yesterday in the House committee. Respectfully, Mr. Chair and committee members, much of what I heard feels like there's a struggle to rationalize this decision to start this committee. I'm sure many of you are good, respectful people. I've heard as much during floor debates, and perhaps some of you even agree with me behind closed doors. But intentions and quiet agreement don't matter if when it comes to voting, you still choose to support maps to help your party and despite harming our communities. Mr. Chair, members, some people change their party for the sake of their principles. others their principles for the sake of their party. Who will you decide to be? Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, let me call up, This is the next panel. Let me call up the next panel. Michelle Vallejo, Jason Hale, Etene Rosas, Emily Christie, Sarah Searcy. Give everyone a minute to get fired back up. Emily Christie. Okay, Mr. Rosas, if you don't go ahead and go and tell us your name and if you're representing any organization, and then begin your testimony, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Etienne Rosas, and I'm representing myself. I'm a proud Mexican American from Brownsville, a researcher, musician, and a candidate for U.S. Congress in District 34. I hold a PhD from Rand and a postdoc from Princeton, where I specialized in democratization and institute.
If you don't go ahead and go and tell us your name. And if you'll just mute your live stream there.
Chair and members of the committee. My name is Etienne Rosas, and
there you go. Try again.
Researcher, musician, and a candidate for U.S. Congress in District 34. I hold a PhD from Rand and a
What I'm going to do, sir, is while you figure that out, we're going to mute you for a second, and we're going to go on to the next witness, and then I'll come right back to you. Chair calls Emily Christie.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Please.
Good afternoon.
Sorry. Just state your name and if you're representing any organization, and then begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Christie. I'm representing myself, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have lived in Travis County since 2001. I am privileged to be able to spend this afternoon on Zoom with you. And yesterday I was in the House for, 7.5 hours or so. Fruitlessly, but there we are. Now, many of my fellow Texans are not able to skip work or find childcare and transportation to gamble on the possibility that you, our elected officials, might listen to our voices and take us into account. I would like to remind the legislature that your actions and inactions, the laws you pass, for example, these currently still undisclosed boundary lines that are being used to further silence our underserved communities, they affect every facet of life for Texans: education, housing, health. I would also like to remind our representatives, even though this is the Senate, that that word isn't just a title, even for those people across the hall. It is a job description. You are responsible for representing the people of Texas. This is our state government, and one that shouldn't be run like a corporation where people are exploited for profit and gain. We demand that our government use the resources of this great state for all those who call Texas home. And after the recent flooding in the heart of the Hill Country, it was private citizens who led the way through the devastation with mutual aid, with disaster relief, and grieving. We need lawmakers to prioritize people and communities, not political power plays that divide us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I'm glad you were able to be with us today. Members, any questions? Seeing none, Chair calls Jason Hale.
Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chair. Good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee. My name is Jason Hale, and today I am representing myself. I live in the beautiful city of Corpus Christi. I was born and raised here in Texas, and I am a lifelong Texan. I oppose mid-decade redistricting for districts 9, 18, 29, 33, and all of the districts in Texas. It is unnecessary. It is a waste of resources. We have more important issues to focus on, like disaster recovery and preparedness. And this rushes the redistricting process, which limits public participation. In 2021, legislators and citizens put a lot of effort into this plan. The governor signed it into law, and it was a race-neutral process. So I believe there's no legitimate reason to engage in mid-decade redistricting. The DOJ's statement is incorrect, and if we follow it, we may violate the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act, and it may open up all states for redistricting. If you do choose to redistrict, I request that you provide ample time for meaningful participation. That means maps, hearings, and revisions based on input. I also request that if redistricting happens, that it enhances the representation for people of color, not diminish their voices. In summary, my Texas senator said it best. Voters should elect their representatives, not representatives cherry-picking their voters. I'm asking that you do what Texans want by protecting our rights, rejecting redistricting, and rejecting Washington's bid to control our elections. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for being with us here today. Members, any questions? Seeing none, Chair calls Michelle Vallejo.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Vallejo, and I'm here representing myself. I am a small business owner, nonprofit board member, and mother from the Rio Grande Valley. I was the Democratic nominee for Texas 15th Congressional District in 2022 and 2024, and won over 50% of the vote in the RGV both times. I know firsthand how gerrymandering has harmed my community. Texas 15 was redrawn to split our region and dilute Latino voting strength, stripping working class families of real representation. Our district, like much of South Texas, is nearly 90% Latino. We are young, bilingual, rooted in family and faith, and we deserve to be fairly represented, not further drawn out of power. Let's be clear. This is not a routine redistricting process as we've heard all day today and yesterday. It's a rushed, mid-decade power grab being forced through without proper transparency or public input. Most of the people I fought to represent are working right now. They can't be here to testify, but they matter, and they see exactly what's happening. South Texans are not as ignorant as some politicians would like to think we are. We know this is happening under direct pressure from Donald Trump, who's terrified of losing control of the House because of his failed, harmful policies and growing unpopularity. He's dodging accountability at every turn, including disturbing ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And now he's trying to rewrite the rules in Texas to protect himself. I'm here today not as a candidate for office, but as a mother, holding my son in my arms, because I believe in fighting for the dignity of all Texans, and especially for our children. They deserve to grow up in a Texas where their voices count, their communities are valued, and their futures are protected, not sacrificed to partisan fear and political manipulation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Michelle, for testifying before the Redistricting Committee. But I did have one question. That is, you were a candidate for Congress in the 15th Congressional District, and you lost that race. And do you feel that it was gerrymandered to the point that we call it the Fajita district, right? Because it runs all the way from the valley all the way up to just south of San Antonio. Do you think that had an impact on the results and outcome of your campaign?
It most definitely did, especially the first cycle when the map was first redrawn to represent the Fajita district, which runs from the border of South Texas and the Rio Grande Valley and McAllen up to Guadalupe County, gets a sliver of New Braunfels even. And people were confused. They felt hopeless. They felt robbed of who their true representative is and can be. And we heard this from voters every time we talked to them at the doors, all the public events that we hosted and attended. And this is why, or this is a very big reason why a lot of Latino voters in Texas don't come out to vote, because they feel like their vote doesn't matter. And the redistricting that we experienced going into the 2022 election We saw that, and we're going to continue to see that if these maps are continued to be drawn and belittle the Latino vote.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, your son was perfect. What's his name?
He is watching out and taking notes.
All right, how old is he?
He's 6 months on Monday.
Well, congratulations. He did great.
Thank you.
Great. Bring him back anytime. And you can testify again too. So
Will do. Will do.
Thank you. Chair calls. Mr. Rosas, are you still there with us?
I'm here, yes.
I'll try it again.
Probably it's sorted.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Well, my name is Etienne Rosas, and I'm representing myself. I'm a proud Mexican American from Brownsville, Texas, a researcher, a musician, and a candidate for U.S. Congress in District 34. I hold a PhD from RAND Corporation and a postdoc from Princeton, where I specialize in democratization and institutional corruption. And I can tell you that what's happening in Texas right now is not democracy. It's a classic case study of democratic backsliding. This redistricting proposal isn't about fair representation. It's about carving up Latino communities like my own to engineer more Republican wins, even where Latinos are a clear majority. Latinos are now 40% of Texas population, but hold just 24% of congressional seats. At the national level, we're 20% of the people, but only 10% of Congress. And that's shamefully the highest that it's ever been. But instead of fixing this disparity, these maps aim to drown the voice of Latinos even further, cracking the Rio Grande Valley, splintering districts like my own, and erasing our growing political voice. But this isn't anything new. In 2006, Supreme Court ruled that Texas violated the Voting Rights Act by dismantling a Latino Opportunity District. And that same playbook is being used again, just with weaker federal oversight. But the consequences here go beyond the maps. When our communities are politically marginalized, it opens the door to gross institutional corruption. Just look at what's happening with SpaceX. Elon Musk came to the South Texas because he knew no one would stop him. He exploited weak regulations, gutted environmental protections, and used our own region as a launch pad, not to reach Mars, but to reach Washington and help Donald Trump get back into the White House. So this is what democratic disfigurement into an oligarchy actually looks like. Not the tanks in the streets, but zoning boards, redistricting maps, and billionaires buying silence from both parties. And we're not just talking about lines on a map, we're talking about whether families in Harlingen and San Benito and Brownsville, McAllen get to participate in American democracy or remain collateral in someone else's power grab. But the world is actually watching. IDEA calls us now a backsliding democracy. The Economist calls us flawed. VDEM puts us on the autocratization watch list. And this is an emergency. As Dr. King once said, so long as I do not firmly and irrevocably possess the right to vote, I do not possess myself. I cannot live as a democratic citizen observing the laws I have helped to enact. I can only submit to the edict of others. So I urge the committee to reject these maps that fragment Latino majority communities, to center public input on those directly affected, and to comply fully with the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. And remember that assaults on democracy anywhere are assaults on democracy everywhere. So thank you so much for your time, and glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to rectify the technical issue as well.
Well, thank you for being here. Members, any questions? Seeing none, do we have anybody left from that panel?
Yes, that's Sarah.
Chair calls Sarah Searcy. Sarah Searcy, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Searcy. I'm a resident of District 37 in Texas, and I'm speaking for myself. As many previous speakers have established, there's no legitimate reason to undertake redistricting at this time. The reason we're all wasting our time here is that President Trump is afraid he won't be able to hold the House in the midterms. So in typical fashion, he's trying to cheat and lie and bully so he can continue to destroy our country and enrich himself. It is a disgrace, but not a surprise, that Texas's Republican legislators are facilitating yet another corruption of democracy. So a lot of people have covered details about the redistricting. I want to talk about just who President Trump is, this person whose very fetid water you're carrying. Recently, an episode of the Howard Stern show from 2006 resurfaced. This was because of all the recent revelations about Trump's close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. In 2006, Trump was 59 or 60 years old and married to Melania. I'm reading an excerpt from a July 21st story posted on an online publication called The Wrap. And I'm going to read the excerpt now. Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds? Stern asked in the 2006 interview. Oh, absolutely, Trump responded. I have no trouble. Would you do it? Stern clarified. I have no problem, the person said.
If I could, and we're so glad you're here today, but please keep your testimony to the subject of redistricting.
This is the subject. This is the subject. President Trump is the reason we're here. It is perfectly legitimate to talk about his character. Well, if you don't like what you're hearing, then think hard about why you're supporting him. Okay. I can close there. Okay. That's enough.
All right, thank you very much.
More than enough.
Members, any questions? Thank you. We finished with that panel? Yes. Let me call up the next panel, please. I'm sorry. Okay. Jennifer LaRue, Kathy Fulton, Jody Ekberg, Leticia Torres, Jacqueline Bays-Luga, Carol Phillipson. Say that again. Jennifer LaRue, Kathy Fulton, Jody Ekberg, Leticia Torres, Jacqueline Bays-Luga, and Carol Phillipson.
Hello.
Jennifer, it looks like, are you Jennifer?
Yep.
All right. Jennifer LaRue, please proceed.
Hey, hi, my name is Jennifer LaRue and I represent myself. I'm a stay-at-home mom and volunteer advocate from Lakeway in the 10th Congressional District. As a Texan, I wish this legislature was focused on the real issues like the flooding and disaster preparedness in my county, not redrawing congressional maps mid-decade without new census data. In my community, I'm active in my church, my local moms group, and my son's school. When disasters like Winter Storm Uri or the recent floods hit, we support each other. These are the people I live beside and rely on. I should share a representative with them and not with a community in College Station where I've never even been. I visited Mike McCall's office many times. He's never at the Austin office, and his staff says he spends a lot of time in College Station. He won't even hold a town hall. That's not representation, and I don't want that any new district to experience that. Texas has a long history of gerrymandering communities of color. The districts being targeted in this process are once again minority districts. That's unacceptable. I appreciate the chance to testify in Austin. I didn't get to testify yesterday, but there also should be hearings in places like El Paso, Amarillo, and San Antonio. And this process should take weeks, not rushed in 5 days. At the very least, wait for the courts to rule on the 2021 maps. I urge this committee to be fair and transparent. Texas deserves competitive representative districts. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here today, and we're glad you were able to get to testify today.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? Chair calls Kathy Fulton. Kathy Fulton.
Okay, hello. Can you hear me okay?
We certainly can.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, and I want to say thank you. My name is Kathy Fulton, and I'm in Port Aransas, Texas. I want to say I oppose this rush mid-decade redistricting. In answer to Senator Alvarado's question, the reason all of you are here is because one man in the White House who wants to gain 5 seats, 5 congressional seats for the Republicans. This, by definition, is gerrymandering. And I need to, please, I hope everybody understands that's what it is. I do not vote along party lines. I vote for a candidate, not a party. In my opinion, these hearings violate our own TOMA laws because the public has not seen any data or maps, so we can't form an educated opinion. To tell the truth, I am angry that Governor Abbott has allowed the Orange Man to control our special session, when what we really need is to be worrying about Texas problems, like obviously what's happened in the Hill Country and water. We still have more issues to do with water. I urge this committee to say no to this farce of redistricting, and that all of you should just walk away from this and stop any further hearings. I do appreciate the comments of Senator Alvarado, Senator Hinojosa, and Senator Miles, and I question why others on this committee are being quiet as a mouse. It's almost like this committee was gerrymandered also by the Lieutenant Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I ask, are you representing an organization today or just yourself?
I am representing myself, but believe me, a lot of other people are buzzing in on me right now saying thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being here with us. Chair calls Leticia Torres. Leticia Torres.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? Just
thank
please
you,
state
Mr.
your
Chairman,
name and
Vice.
if you're representing any organization, and thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee, my name is Leticia Torres. I'm representing myself, and I thank you all for the opportunity to testify. Donald Trump didn't elect the Texas legislature, Texans did. So I have a question for the majority party members. What do your CMS stats show? And based on those numbers, whose interest are you fighting for? We're here discussing changes to a map that your own colleague testified under oath was drawn race blind. Every motion that was filed, every signature that was signed was an affirmation of just that. Yet now the DOJ is claiming that race was improperly used. So which one was it? If nothing was wrong, why are we here? If something was wrong, is Texas now admitting that it misled the courts? Somebody's lying. Somebody likely committed perjury, and Texans are paying that price. While we sit here today, right now, 2 people are still missing in the Hill Country. HEB is providing more visible relief than the state. Children are going without food after Governor Abbott vetoed a $60 million summer meal assistance program. Elderly Texans aren't turning on their AC just to afford their electricity bills. Some public schools in Texas don't have a single guidance counselor. 1.7 million Texans may lose health insurance. And 710,000 people right now in Congressional District 18 have no voice in Congress because that seat is vacant. And I don't see Governor Abbott rushing to call a special election so that these people can have representation. God forbid a disaster strikes in that region. Who would be fighting for them? Somebody always loses in redistricting, but this is not that. This feels dangerously close to what we saw after the regular session, an obvious collusion between Texas and the current administration that shows no interest in Texas outside of ensuring that it stays red. This state obsesses over alleged voter fraud, but now we're unnecessarily complicating things for voters. Last night, witnesses were turned away before they could testify. Those members who stayed late into the evening to hear these people out were not from the party that are asking for this. I ask that this committee not redistrict in this way, listen to Texans and give them the accountability and transparency that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, the chair calls Jody Ekberg. Jody Ekberg. Are you there with us, Jody Ekberg?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jody Ekberg, and I am representing myself. I live in the U.S. Congressional District 10. I strongly oppose the attempt to redistrict our congressional districts mid-census, and I, like others here today, also wish we'd actually be able to see the maps in question. Regardless, this brazen move by the governor and the DOJ to increase Republican representation in the U.S. House by taking it away from communities of color is shameful, and it's blatant racial discrimination. Redrawing legislative maps outside the normal census cycle is not only unnecessary, it's deeply harmful to our democratic process. Mid-decade redistricting undermines stability and trust in our elections. It gives those in power the chance to manipulate district lines purely for political gain, rather than to reflect the will of the voters. This kind of gerrymandering silences communities, especially communities of color, by diluting their voice, by diluting their voting power and weakening fair representation. Texans want accountability, not more backroom deals, and frankly, not more bathroom bills either. Voters should choose their leaders, not the other way around. Instead of spending time and taxpayer dollars on rigging maps and terrorizing women, people of color, immigrants, and the LGBTQ community, this legislation should focus on the real needs of Texans: education, healthcare, equality for everyone, and upgrading disaster infrastructure with flood warning systems, emergency communications, natural disaster prep, and relief funding for all impacted areas. Redistricting should happen every 10 years, fairly, transparently, and based on accurate census data. Anything else threatens the integrity of our democracy and erodes public trust. I am asking this committee to commit to holding a public hearing after the maps have been drawn, but before they pass through committee, and that you give us a minimum of 5 days, but weeks would be even better, to notice to review the maps before this hearing. I also want those who draw the maps to explain why they drew them as such, and to not hide any communications that they have had regarding drawing the maps. This is an opportunity for Texas legislature to finally get this process right and avoid millions of taxpayer dollars and years of lawsuits. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Seeing none, Chair calls Carol Phillipson. Carol Phillipson.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Go ahead.
Oh, good. Sorry for that problem before. I'm not good with computers, and I actually had two of you up at one time. So I've got it straight out now. So anyway, so my name is Carol Phillipson. I'm representing myself. I live in Austin, Texas. Please do not redistrict. How can this be done when the 2021 redistricting plan is still tied up in courts? What is the reason for this urgency? How can this be done when there's no map to drawn to show the changes? How can this be done when documents, written communication, emails, texts have not been made public? Your constituents need transparency. What are you hiding? We've all read the U.S. Constitution, more so recently, but do you remember the first Texas Constitution? Quote, all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit, unquote. Yes, founded on the people's authority and for the benefit of all Texans, not a political party, Republican or Democrat. You were elected to represent the best for all Texans of all colors, but we put our trust in you. Please do not turn your backs on us. Say no to redistricting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you had a little trouble earlier.
We got it squared away. Thank you.
Great. Members, are there any questions? Seeing none, Chair calls Jacqueline Bays Lugo. Are you?
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Oh, fine, thank you.
Go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Baez Lugo. I live in Edinburgh, Texas, which is the Rio Grande Valley, Hidalgo County. I'm a proud Republican conservative, and I do support this redistricting because we have many conservative Republicans that live in the valley also, and we don't feel represented by the local Democrat control. The Democrat has been in charge of the valley for more than 200 years, and it's kind of like a one-party system around here. Even me speaking in favor and talking about the Republicans is going to look like we are some people, but guess what? We do exist too. And I do believe we live in a country where we have a two-party system, and I believe we should have some kind of good competition and fair. We have very good candidates for the Republican Party here. They always have a hard time to reach out to the people because their voices all have been silenced. So why can't we have also a fair competition between Republicans and Democrats? What are they afraid of? I can tell you what they're afraid of. The Democrat Party system here, they've been in charge for more than 200 years. And let me tell you, sir, I'm pretty sure you know, Hidalgo County is one of the most corrupt counties in the whole state of Texas as far as election is concerned. So yes, give us a chance so we can have a seat at the table. We would like to reach out to the people too and tell about us. We do exist. We are Republicans and we are conservative. and we support, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm very proud to be here supporting my Republican Party and also my conservative friends. Thank you so much. And by the way, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm a Hispanic woman, and I'm a conservative woman too. And I vote Republican top to bottom. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm very proud to be here.
Well, thank you. We're glad that you're here as well. And by the way, I'm sorry, but you're representing yourself today. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm representing myself. I'm a Puerto Rican woman, Republican conservative living in Rio Grande Valley. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Seeing none, we're going to call up the next group. Lauren Miller and Haley Landry. Lauren Miller and Haley Landry. Are either of you with us? Haley Landry, would you like to go ahead? Haley Landry, would you like to go ahead and testify?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? If you would, just please state your name and if you're representing any organization, and then please proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Haley Landry, and I live in Fort Bend County, District 9. I work in the travel industry, and I'm here today representing myself, but I'm speaking for my neighbors as well. Fort Bend isn't just where I live, it's home to one of the most diverse counties in the country, where you can hear dozens of languages at the grocery store, see churches, mosques, and temples all on the same block, and find neighbors who treat each other like family, even if we don't all look or worship the same. But we've been tested before. During Hurricane Harvey, neighborhoods across Fort Bend flooded, and I saw firsthand how people didn't wait for government aid to help one another. Strangers became lifelines, delivering food, sharing generators, checking on the elderly, and during the 2021 winter storm, it happened again. Because in Fort Bend, resilience isn't just a word, it's a way of life. But that shared strength is at risk when the community is sliced up on a map, even though the proposed redistricting maps haven't even been released yet. So this process feels rushed, closed, and unfair. And we've seen it before where maps divide Fort Bend, dilute our voices, and make it harder for our communities to elect leaders who understand us. When we are divided, it's often the minority groups, immigrant voices, and working class residents that are left behind. Small business owners, recent arrivals, parents working 2 jobs to keep up with rising costs. These are the people who need their vote to mean something, not to be scattered across districts where no one is truly accountable to them. So I'm asking you, keep Fort Bend whole. We want fair, nonpartisan maps that respect the reality of who we are. Don't silence our community for political convenience. Let us choose leaders who reflect our values, not have leaders choose their voters. In closing, please draw fair and competitive maps that recognize the richness of Texas's diverse communities. Stop dividing us for political gain. Keep Fort Bend together and ensure all our voices, not just some, are heard in the elections ahead. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you for being here today. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, Chair calls Lauren Miller. Lauren Miller. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't believe she's. Is it?
Yeah, I let her in, but I don't know if she's.
Lauren Miller? Try one more time. All right. Do we have anyone else? Do we have another panel? Okay. Why don't you ask him if he wants us to wait a few minutes? Ladies and gentlemen, we're standing at ease for just a moment. We can have her in tomorrow if you need. Ladies and gentlemen, and members, there's no one else in the waiting room, so there's no one else still waiting to testify. That said, is there any other business to come before this committee today? There being no further business, the Senate Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you, everyone.